special invitees, delegates, and officials of ASI, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Archaeological Survey of India, Chennai Circle, Chennai, I extend my warm welcome to you all on the one-day workshop on antiquities. I now invite our guest of today's workshop, our Regional Director, Dr. G. Maheshwari, to come please on the dais. I now invite Dr. T. Satyamurthy, Superintending Archaeologist, retired, to please come on the stage. Now I invite Dr. D. Dayalan, Director, retired, ASI, to please be on the stage. I request all of you kindly stand for Tamil Thai Varthu.
நீராறும் கடலொடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் மதனமென திகழ்வனத கண்டனிதில் எக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு திரை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம்பி என்று செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you. Please be seated. Lighting Kuthuvalakku is our tradition and that marks our auspiciousness, grace of an occasion. I request Dr. G. Maheshwari, Regional Director, to come forward to light Kuthuvalakku. And I request Dr. D. Dayalan sir and T. Satyamurthy sir to come forward to light Kuthuvalakku.
हमने नहीं बजाई घंटी तो
कौन? गायकी? हाँ? नहीं नहीं.
I now invite Shri M. Kalimuthu, Superintending Archaeologist, Archaeological Survey of India, Chennai Circle, to welcome the gathering.
यहाँ से नहीं है.
Very good morning to one and all gathered here. It's my privilege to welcome you, all the participants in the workshop, and we are truly delighted with your presence. We all have gathered here today to attend this workshop on the antiquities, iconography, Iconometry, preservation of antiquities, and illicit trafficking of the cultural properties, etc. This workshop intends to resolve the practical hurdles facing by us during the difficult time and also to update our knowledge and skills. I wholeheartedly welcome the Honorable Chief Guest, the dynamic leader, and the head of the department, our team leader, none other than our Director General, Srimati Vidyavati Ma'am, IAS, who is the main inspiration to this workshop. Due to some health issue, Madam is not joining with us. Madam is joining with us in the online mode only. I welcome you, Ma'am, to this function as a chief guest. I would like to welcome eminent archaeologists and the senior officers of the ASI, Dr. Anil Kumar Tiwari, sir, and Dr. Maheshwari Ma'am, Regional Director, ASI Southern Region, to this workshop. Welcome you, sir and madam. Dr. Anil Kumar Tiwari, sir, is not coming. He is also attending on the online mode because of some issue. Similarly, I welcome all the dignitaries, the SIs and the officials from the ASI Southern Region, the scholars and the special participants from the Ideal Wing, Tamil Nadu government and the media friends. Closing the speech, I hope everyone is well aware of the theme concerning the workshop. We had a great time having you all. Looking forward to many more such workshops in future and a greater level. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure and privilege to honor the guest of honor. So I request Shri M. Kalimuthu, Superintending Archaeologist, Chennai Circle, to come forward to honor our Regional Director, Dr. G. Maheshwari, ma'am. So it's a small memento from our side. I request Dr. T. Arun Raj, sir, Director, the Tiruchi Circle, to come forward to honor our chief guest, Dr. T. Satyamurthy, sir. I request Sri Amarnath Ramakrishna, Superintending Archaeologist, Temple Survey Project, Southern Region, to come forward to honor our Dr. Dayalan, sir. Sir, on the program, please. Thank you, sir. I now welcome Dr. G. Maheshwari, Regional Director, South, Archaeological Survey of India, to deliver her inaugural address.
Good morning, all. Respected Madam Srimati V. Vidyavati, IAS Director General, ASI. Respected Dr. Anil Kumar Tiwari, Director Antiquity, New Delhi. Respected Dr. T. Satyamurthy, sir, SA Retired, Chennai Circle. Respected Dr. D. Dayalan, sir, Director Archaeology, Retired, Chennai. Respected Sir P. Shriyaman, sir, SA Retired, Chennai Circle. Esteemed scholars and domain experts of today's workshop, respected colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to invite you all for this one-day workshop on antiquity. Archaeological Survey of India, Government of India, the premier institution, is entrusted with a huge responsibilities to protect and preserve our invaluable heritage and culture. As part of the curriculum, this one-day workshop has been arranged today. The Director General ASI has always shown keen interest in promoting such workshops to make the younger generation of ASI better prepared for any future challenges. Today's workshop will merely focus on one important aspect of archaeology, that is antiquity, which by itself is an exhaustive scientific study, and the knowledge can be acquired only by one's exposure and experience in the field, and some of which will be shared in this session to follow. Initially, Dr. Anil Kumar Tiwari, Director Antiquity, I think is online. According to his convenience, he may give a brief on outline of Antiquities and Art Treasures Act of 1972 and method of registering of antiquities and the role of registering officers. If Anil Kumar sir is joined in online, he can join. Today's workshop has been divided into two sessions, pre-lunch and post-lunch. While Dr. D. Dayalan, former Director of Archaeology from ASI, will be chairing the morning session. Dr. T. Satyamurthy sir, former Superintendent of Archaeology from ASI, will be chairing the post-lunch session. On this August occasion, eminent scholars on specific subject will be enlighten us on iconography, iconometry, preservation of antiquities, illicit trafficking of cultural properties, scientific analysis of metal objects through XRF and jewelry of Indian iconography, etc. Apart from these, the challenges faced by the experts, archaeologists, in assessing the antiquarian value while examining the identification of objects in the present scenario will also be shared. At the end of the first session, a video will be shown regarding the casting of metal objects, particularly bronzes. This will not only provide broader idea of bronze making technology of the modern times, but also will help us in identifying and the imitations or fake ones. For such session, a prescribed time has been slotted for discussion. I am sure that the audience will make sure best use of this opportunity through their interactive approach with each of the speakers. This learning experience, I am confident, will definitely pave the way for such workshops in future, and that in shorter time interval. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now invite Dr. T. Satyamurthy, Superintending Archaeologist, retired, to deliver his felicitation address.
Dr. Maheshwari, Dr. Dayalan, Dr. Dakshinamurthy, and all my colleagues, ex-colleagues, and also the staff of Archaeological Survey of India, all other invitees. So, namaskar to everybody. Of course, it is a rare opportunity for me to participate in such a function because I am one among the very few who worked before the Act was enacted, that is before 1972, because I joined the survey in 70 itself. At that time, it was only whenever your antiquity is to be certified or to be stopped, everything, we have to use only this 1947 Customs Export Control Act. This act was not there. So we worked in different circumstances. So I can share my experience at last. That is after hearing all of you. That is how, of course, I was mostly in convener of the committees also, both in lower and higher committee. Of course, Maheshwari is going to share those things, but I will share. But it is a question before the young people that is with the experience which you are going to gain today. That is, we are all going to share our experience to you. That is which I gained for the past 50 years more or less now, because I retired 17 years back. So before that I was there in the service, so 50 years experience which you are going to gain. How you can apply and use it, and what are the lacuna, and how you can precisely apply, because we are all the custodians of the heritage. Well, the heritage properties, entire India is with all of you, even though the state governments are there. It is only the Archaeological Survey of India and its act and the staff is controlling and also preventing that is anything that is smuggling or anything, whatever is there. Of course, when we joined, the scenario was different, of course, at that time. And we will share it later, in later part of our conference. But now the scenario is little, what you call, more advantage to us with all the modern technology. But the modern technology is not only for you, for the other side also. Who wants to take it also, they can also use it. They are also using it. So how we prevented, how we stopped, and how we had the problems in controlling it, I will share it in later stage. But anyway, but now this is a different way. That is, there are so many ways for our national property, our heritage property to go out, or these things. So these things you have to think, and how you can. You're all young people. So you have to just come out and see how is our heritage property, because the department is very much interested, of course. The one thing which Archaeological Survey of India is producing and is having is its dedication. That you should remember always. That the Archaeological Survey staff means I'm not only speaking from outside, but I'm speaking as a staff also, because our dedication only saved it. Because we faced so many problems, but our dedication. Mageshwari was with me, Dayalan was with me. All these people worked together, we know very well. So dedication, that is our attachment. That is, the antiquities are not mere art treasures. They are all our own property. That is, we felt like that. We thought it is our own property. We saved it like that. So this is a thing we are going to say, so many experiences they are going to share with you. So we will discuss it in different forums and after the speech of everybody, because so most of the people who are going to speak have got great experience in this particular field, either conservation or in this thing. So with this I give the felicitation and felicitate all the participants, and especially is very much thankful to Archaeological Survey of India, its Director General, Mrs. Vidyavati, for arranging such a thing. Of course, we are missing her here, but she is going to be coming this online. So it is a great opportunity for people like us to see some of our old colleagues and also to share our things. Of course, if I don't come and share, it is lost, that's all. That is just like something discovered and unpublished is as good as undiscovered. So if opportunity was not given to us to share our experience, it is lost. So there is, in that aspect, I am very much thankful to the Director General. Of course, the present Director Antiquities Tiwari was with me in Bhubaneswar. So also all the people who are involved in this, in saving our heritage, are all more involved with me also personally. So I welcome all of you for this also. I thank Dr. Mageshwari for giving me this opportunity to be here and also share some of my experiences. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Definitely, we are here to listen your experience only, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I now invite Dr. Dayalan, sir, Director, Retired Archaeological Survey of India, to deliver his felicitation address.
My dear young colleagues of the Archaeological Survey of India, distinguished scholars, delegates,
and press media people. Good morning to all. After a long innings of 32 years in the Department of Archaeology History of India, I retired, but still I feel that I am a part and parcel of the department. And I see the young scholars here with a great enthusiasm. They can have a lot of things to do in the department. As we know, Archaeology History of India is such a vast department, which is one of the prime departments in the world in the matter of conservation, preservation, and then preservation of the antiquities, and even excavations. This tradition when started long before, and still it is continuing. Even now, in the whole international scenario, Archaeology of India is the number one in the matter of conservation, preservation, and heritage management. And I could see young scholars here, they can definitely take further, and we can still continue the same reputation of the department further. I'm not going to take much time because we'll be having more session further. And I know a little word about Dr. Mageshwari here. Dr. Mageshwari, I know the beginning when I started the career, when she started her career, she is a very dynamic woman, we can call it, because she was telling last day for yesterday, he just called me and told, sir, I have given only one or two days time to organize this conference. But I am sure that she can do it, because I know her from the beginning of her career. But she is such a dynamic lady, and she can do it, and I could see that the output, how it has come out today. In spite of the people not come, even DG was expected, she didn't come, and the director Antiquities, he has to come, but he didn't come. But still that she has managed to do this conference or the workshop in a better way. I really thankful all the organizers, and also Dr. Mageshwari personally, and also the senior scholars like Dr. Arulraj, Dr. Amarnath, Dr. Kalimuthu, and even some of my colleagues. Please forget me that I didn't mention your name. I really congratulate all of you for taking further the Archaeology of India's name in the international scenario and a great faith. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And our DG ma'am and our director Antiquity will be joining shortly through online. So meanwhile, we'll start our first session. Thank you one and all for joining this inaugural session. We will begin our first session of this one-day workshop. Yes, sir. So we begin our first session now. I request the chairperson, Dr. D. Dayalan, sir, to come forward and chair this session. I also invite the other members of the panel, Sri P. Sriraman, Dr. K. Dakshinamurthy, and Dr. J. Rajendran, and Dr. V. Jairaj to come forward to be this chair. Go in the chair, sir. You're ready, chair. Remote. So it's a privilege and duty to honor the panel delegates. I request Ms. Smita S. Kumar, SA Hyderabad Circle, to honor our delegate, Dr. P.S. Sriraman, sir. Ma'am, please.
It's a great honor for you.
I request Shri Gopinath Jeena, SA Amravati Circle. To honor Dr. K. Dakshinamurthy, Sthapati, Chennai. I request Reshma R. Sawant, SA Dharwad Circle. SA Dharwad Circle to honor Dr. J. Rajendran, Principal, Government College of Architecture and Sculpture, Mamallabra. I request KRK Reddy, SA Tirusur Circle, to honor Dr. V. Jairaj, Curator, Retired Government Museum, Chennai. Thank you, sir. So it's my great privilege and honor to give a brief introduction about our chairperson, Dr. D. Dayalan. Dr. D. Dayalan is an ex-director, Archaeological Survey of India, and presently as archaeological advisor to Tamil Nadu State Department of Archaeology, has made contributions in the field of archaeology and conservation of cultural heritage for more than 3 decades. He obtained the master's degree in archaeology with first rank from University of Madras and postgraduate diploma in archaeology from School of Archaeology, New Delhi. He was awarded doctorate degree from Nagpur University, Nagpur. He has actively undertaken archaeological explorations in various states of India and discovered a number of ancient sites, and he has also participated in more than 12 excavations, and he has served in different parts of India with responsible for management and conservation of large number of monuments and sites in the respective states. He is the author of 14 books and also about 100 research papers on art, architecture, archaeology, epigraphy, conservation, maritime trade, and heritage management published in reputed journals. He has traveled widely in India and visited more than 27 foreign countries in connection with the various academic ventures. In 2017, he has joined in Korean authorities in expedition as a special invitee and traveled for 35 days from Korea to Vietnam in the Korean naval ship to study ancient maritime network in the Southeast Asian countries. He is one of the advisor of international project of the virtual reality museum Maritime Buddhism to be launched in the Fogua Shan Museum in Kosangabad, Taiwan. He is the visiting faculty of many educational institutions in India and abroad. With a small introduction, I request a chairperson to chair this session. So now this dais is yours, sir. Okay. 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 So now our beloved DG has joined through online.
Good morning to all, once again. As all we know, India is such a vast country, not only in the matter of manpower, even the cultural heritage is concerned, one of the biggest countries in the world. Only few countries in the world which is having this sort of privilege. And Archaeological Survey of India and also other departments, state archaeology, and even some other organization like INTAC, other organization, they are also taken forward for the conservation, heritage management, all the things. But still, there are many lacunas, many, faults in this sort of conservation heritage management. The reason is basically because our heritage is so vast, and even if we go any village, any hooks and corners of India, we get some sort of antiquities. Either it may be coin, it may be sculpture, it may be temple, it may be inscription, whatever may be. So this sort of vast cultural heritages, which cannot be possible any one particular organization, either it may be Archaeological Survey of India or the state archaeology or any government, it cannot be possible. But it is only the stakeholders, particularly the local communities. We have to create a network among the public to know our cultural heritage, the value of our cultural heritage, how it has to be preserved, and what it gives to us, others. Economically as well as cultural point of view. So this is the one which has to be taken in the grassroots level to educate the people to understand the value of our cultural heritage. This is the one which we are really lacking in India basically, because we don't have that sort of cultural awareness. And once it has been reached to the grassroots level, definitely our cultural heritage will be safe. Even if you take in Tamil Nadu, the Hindu Heritage Department, they are having nearly 40,000 temples, nearly. And same thing, Archaeological Survey of India has a good number of monuments. And even megalithic monuments, which I have seen when I was exploring this area, we have seen hundreds of megalithic monuments, but recently I have visited many places, I didn't find even the pieces of the stone circles. So this is the thing, it is not the scenario of Tamil Nadu alone, it is the scenario of throughout India. So this is a high time that we should make the people to understand the cultural heritage, and also we have to take the matter to the grassroots level. And taking this in view, this conference or the workshop we can call it, it is one of the eye-opener. It is an high time to take up this sort of issue now. And this sort of get-together we have to create and make how to take up this matter and what is the problems we are facing and how it has to be taken further to preserve our cultural heritage. So I am really congratulated to the Archaeological Survey of India. Of course, though I was previously part and parcel of the department, and I really congratulate the Director General and also the Regional Director here, and also my young colleagues for making this opportunity to have a get-together, and also given me this opportunity to chair the session. There are 4 presenters, speakers in this session, and all are well known to us because I don't want any introduction to the scholars here because all well-known scholars. But still, as a protocol, we have to give a brief introduction to each one. And the first speaker is Dr. Sriraman, and we all know that Sriraman is more than 30 years he has worked in the Archaeological Survey of India in various capacities, and he was a good archaeologist and also better than in excavator. Actually, he did many excavations in Tamil Nadu as well as other part of India. Particularly recently, he has did Kodumanal, which shortly he is going to publish it. And apart from that, he has involved many projects in various parts wherever he worked. Because when I was a regional director in West, he was in Jodhpur circle. And when I was in a regional director in South, again, I met him. So I know him right from the beginning when he has joined the department, and he is one of the very strong archaeologist and also very learned person. So he has a good number of books in his credit. One book he has recently published on Tanjavur painting is one of the very good documentation of the paintings in Tanjavur. I request Dr. Sriraman to take over the dais.
The light is the light. La light ही मैंने चला लिया. बेटा बोझ. Is it forward, huh? Is it forward? Okay. Thank you. Abad. So, it is indeed a great pleasure to address all my colleagues. I think majority of you have worked with me in various offices in excavation branch in Amravati Circle in Chennai or at one point of other time. And it's also a great pleasure for me to be with such an illustrious persons like my Guru, Dr. Satyamurthy, Dr. Dayalan, with whom I am working from my day one or even before that as a student also in the MA University. And Dr. Jairaj, I know him for a very long time, and he was very active as a very chemical conservator, but Dakshinamurthy and others. Of course, I am missing Anil Tiwari here in presence. He was a very good friend, and we have worked together a lot from Agra days. So with this, I go into my presentation. The topic given to me by R.D. Madam is significance of antiquities. And if I remember exactly, this is the second workshop on cultural properties at Chennai. One we have organized when Dr. Satyamurthy was essay here sometime in 2005 or 6. Dr. Punacha was there on that day, still we remember. Then one was organized by Dr. Arun Raj at Bangalore in a very excellent manner. And this is the third, at least in the southern region. So she also gave me a small escape route, sir. You can also tell your experience. It's a great thing that I'm sharing my experience today. With this, I go to the next one. So this is, with this one slide I can complete my lecture, because if it's only significance of antiquities, because for all archaeology, then the archaeologist, it's based on the archaeological sites. The archaeological site is based on artifacts and antiquities. So if you see archaeology site of ancient human past through material remains, that is what we are here. So it's an archaeological site contain all sort of artifacts, and each artifact has got certain information about the past, which we are studying. So for us, all artifacts, antiquities, everything is important to us. Everything is significant to us. In addition to that, the site setting of the archaeological site, the eco-facts, and this are also one. With this, the significance of antiquity is over. But the present day, we are more bothered about the antiquities which are in demand in the international market or elsewhere also. So I went through some of the legal definition for antiquities. This is the one given in the Convention on the Means of Preventing Illicit Trade, that is the 1970 Convention. It's a very comprehensive definition for an antiquity, because it's international convention. They have to cover each and every aspect of an antiquity. Otherwise, the smugglers, they will take loopholes and do the things. And this is available in the open thing, you can see. And this is the definition of antiquity in our Act, the AMSIR Act, as well as the AAT Act. The only difference is that the manuscript is removed from the AMSR Act, otherwise both are same, because the AIT Act gives a different kind of time period for manuscript, which is 75 years. So they have taken it as a separate, separate subclause there. There is one more definition in the AIT Act, you know, that is for art treasure, which we are not going to deal. With this small introduction, I am going to say something about some of the antiquities, or very significant antiquity which we lost, which we recovered in the past. You see, as a nation, we have lost majority of our best artifacts or art treasures during the colonial period. Whether we will get it back, whether we are entitled to get it back is a big question. Unless until the whole world changes, the whole order changes, that we want to give all our colonial plunders to that, I can give. I've shown you one photograph here. This is a war trophy collected by one Chola king. Now it is in Dharaswaram thing. Who will restitute this to Karnataka now? This was taken by the King Rajadi Raja after the sacking of Kalyani. That's a Western Chalukyan thing. This is also in case it's a booty, it has been taken away from its original context. But will be able to restitute? No, not possible. Similarly, the colonial plunder. In fact, when the British officers, they went from India to England after the service is over, they found it is a great pleasure and pride to collect as much as possible material from here to take. But few also deposited in our museums. It's not everyone. But whether we will get it back or not. I have mentioned about one Henry Salt. Actually, he came to India. He did a lot of aquatints here. We have got some aquatints of him in our Fort Museum also. And this gentleman was the first person to start systematically looting the Egyptian pyramids. In fact, he was sent as a commissioner to Egypt just to loot the Egyptian pyramids. He was able to negotiate with the local man, opened majority of the big pyramids and taken away all these things to British Museum. First few objects he gave it as free of cost to the British Museum, and the rest he sold it. And of course the British Museum, except the name British, nothing is British here. That is what I know. Everything is either Egyptian or Indian or other colonial artifacts or that. Even if you go to other museums in US, don't think that it's all infested with antiquities of that particular country. If I had been to Met Museum twice, that is Metropolitan Museum, New York, it will take minimum 4 to 5 days to see that museum. The amount of plunder they made of the Greek artifacts, Roman artifacts of say about 4th century, 5th century BC to about this one was outstanding. Even our Indian collection, when you compare with the Egyptian collection of Met Museum or Greek or Hellenistic collection of the Met Museum, or for that matter even the Chinese collection of the Met Museum is very, very insignificant. I don't know whether everything is shown there or not. I don't know. Whatever is shown is very less. But still, some of the objects we know very well it was taken away from India just before the Act of 1972. So with this introduction, I have taken 4 important antiquities, and I'll tell you the story how we fought back to get it back. So this is This is the first case of Shivapuram Nataraja. It happened in around 1975-76, before the passing of our AIT Act and as well as the UNESCO Convention of 1972. I have given you a brief history of what has happened. In 1951, the bronze image was discovered as a treasure trove and was given to the temple for pujas and worshipping. In 1956, probably that image was sent for some repair or something to Estapati, and it seems that there something has taken place. It has been changed with a fake Nataraja. When Douglas Barrett, a very noted authority on Chola art and architecture, when he went to 1965 to the temple, he noted that this particular Nataraja is a fake. It was going on like that. In 1967, the bronze came into the possession of one Parsi collector, Bowman Barham of Mumbai, and then he sold it to an art dealer in New York. on fudged papers. See, as Sir was telling, the act which was replaced by the 19th century because the Antiquities Export Control Act, it had about 8 or 9 sections only. That act only meant for giving you a license for legal export. There is the registration of antiquities or even sale of antiquities. All these things were not dealt in that. So anyone can sell antiquities without any license or anything before that passing of 1972 AAT Act. And only when it comes to export, you have to take a permission from the government of India and then send it. But this particular Sivapuram Nataraja reached New York on fudged papers, and it was there with this art collector. Everybody has seen, but nobody has staked a claim on it. So in 1973, one Norton Simon Foundation, they purchased the Sivapuram Nataraja, and they were about to exhibit it in the Metropolitan Museum in an exhibition along with other collections. Then the government of India intervened because at that time there was no convention, UNESCO convention was not there. It was not illegal for anybody to deal in stolen antiquities. So this was about to be exhibited. Then through diplomatic channel, we were able to stop it. Then this object was sent from New York to London for some chemical cleaning to the British Museum, where again we have to use our diplomatic pressure to impound that object. And then we filed 2 suits in USA for restitution of this object because we said this was stolen or this was replaced and it was taken without a proper license from the government. It was illegally exported. That was only our ground. There was a lot of litigation was going on. That owner was not ready to give it back to India, and then the litigation was stopped for some time and the negotiation took place between the government of India and the owner. Ultimately, a settlement was arrived at. Let me see what are the clauses in that. So the government of India stand is that it is an illegal export. It has been illegally exported from out of India, so it has to come back to India. That is one. Then they raised a lot of other religious questions, that it is the right of that people, it should be there, all these things. And it is, according to the Indian law, in effect, the idol as instilled in a special shrine should be worshipped and it should be there. So this is the thing. But whereas on the other side, Norman Simon Foundation said that India has got no right over the property. Why? It was there in India for a very long time. You people have not claimed right to it. It was there in the Bombay art dealer was having it. At that time, you people did not question. So now you are coming and questioning. Then why should I give it? But a settlement was reached. Ultimately, in the settlement, one is that the Norman Simon Foundation is agreed to give back the antiquities after a period of time, one. And then they have taken one thing, for 1 year, they will acquire any Indian antiquities without a claim from government of India. That means in the 1 year, they could have purchased any number of stolen antiquities from India. So that we have agreed to that. It's a very strange clause, but this is a win-win situation. We want one Nataraja. How much we have lost, we don't know. But in 1970s, in that period, nobody was knowing how many objects were there in circulation, how many have been stolen from India. No record, nothing. So this agreement was then they also, the agreement also concerned with Ben Runner, actually who sold it to the Norman Simon. They said that there won't be any action against that. This one also. Heller also transferred various artworks and unspecified sum of money to the foundation. See, it is a win-win situation. In fact, this model was followed by several governments at that time to get back some of the antiquities from the USA. Yes, this is one of the earliest accord of restitution before this 1970s UNESCO convention. This is one of the important. Here, the ability of the negotiators were very important, the lawyers and the diplomats. These two people were able to sit together and get back. When they were settled, they spoke. they came to a conclusion and they got back the object. We got back the object, that is fine. But what we have lost is this one-year moratorium for Norman Simon Foundation. That is absolutely unexplainable now, but not at that time. So this is how the very first restitution of an image from USA to India took place at Sivapuram Nataraja. Now I will go to the next one. This is a very famous case, that is Pattur Nataraja. They have given you the case history. That in 1976, a laborer by name Ramurthy, he was excavating a small plot of land by the side of one temple, Kashi Vishwanath Swami temple at Pattur, where he got about 7 or 8 bronze images. Of that, he removed only the Nataraja, rest he buried it there, then and there itself. This Nataraja, he sold it through various hands, and finally it reached New York. Sorry, it reached London. But in the meantime, they were unable to trace this Nataraja. The police were unable to trace the trail of this Nataraja because it changed hands, and that. In 1982, the image was purchased by Bumper Development Corporation, Alberta, for about 250 UK pounds from an art dealer called Sherrier. What happened is Bumper Development Corporation, after its purchase in London, they sent this image to the British Museum for conservation because it was in a very fragile condition, because it was buried for more than 700, 800 years. At that time, the British Museum, they tipped the London Metropolitan Police, and the police confiscated that object. Probably it must have been done by Paul T. Craddock, who later on worked on our Zawar mains. He was a chemist there. So obviously litigation was instituted. The claim made by Government of India was very extensive, because there were 5 parties to that. One was the Government of India, then Tamil Nadu government, then even the God was impleaded in that this one. There were 2 questions before the judge at that time, whether one witness who was given by who paid for this Bumper Development Corporation, he says that he has seen this image in a London market some time back. Whether that image and this image are one and the same, and who is the owner, whether it's the Bumper Development Corporation or the owners, or the other claimants of Government of India or Tamil Nadu government, or even the God. So these 2 issues was put before the judge, and there was a great amount of efforts were taken from our side, from Indian side. Many experts like Dr. Nagaswamy, our one Dr. Chandrasekhar, who is a forensic scientist, all these people, and a very good team of battery of lawyers appeared for Government of India. These are all the questions for this one. In this, Dr. Nagaswamy's witness was a very main one. He gave a complete agamic background to this particular image, from its casting to its burial. The burial was done because of the invading Islamic army, so they wanted to save this particular object, so they all buried all their things. He also then Professor Chandrasekharan, that is the director of forensic science, he was able to give a metallurgical investigation and compare it with all these things, and also very strangely, he did a soil analysis of the image. Unfortunately, the Nataraja, which went to British Museum, that entire external soil was all removed in the cleaning. Fortunately, few samples were preserved on the inside of the pita. So those soils were taken, and we are already having another 7 or 8 images which are buried under the ground at this one. That was in the pristine condition. So soil was taken from there, soil was taken from Nallu, that site also. They also not only studied the soil found on all these images, and also the termite pattern on that particular image. And all these evidences are put forth. And So Bumper Development Corporation, they said this is the London Nataraja. It was already seen by that our witness, but the witness has seen this at least 3 or 4 months before the excavation of that object. So in that, on that account, they lost the case. They also feel that some art historians like Gary Swindler, ultimately nothing in this one. But in the entire judicial process, not only that, we gave all sorts of data or all sorts of this one from us. We had a very good judge who heard us with sympathy. If the judge, if you don't get a sympathetic judge in any case, you are not, or most unlikely to win the case. He was convinced that the Patur Nataraja and the Nataraja in the possession of Bumper Development Corporation are one and the same. Then it came to the claimant. Who is the owner of that particular Nataraja? Then he was able to conclude that the god of that particular place, that's Kashi Vishwanath Swami, is the right claimant. So he gave that, he restituted back. On this particular account, they went on appeal into the appeal court and also to the House of Lords. How can a god be a owner? But both the appeal court and as well as the House of Lords, they accepted this argument that in Indian condition, the god can be a owner. So we were able to win back this particular object. So there is a very famous quote, once a deity is always a deity. An idol remains a juristic person, however long buried or damaged, since the deity and its juristic entity survive the total destruction of his earthly form. There are two councils appeared for us. One is Hamilton and the other one is B. Gorpade. So now I come to the third antiquity. It's very thing. This is very recent. It's the case of Devata Mahakoka from Bharat. So Alexander Cunningham, as you all know, when he documented Bharat, he was able to document all the objects, and all these objects were transported to the Indian Museum, Calcutta, where it is now displayed. In addition to these things, the number of remains of Bharat were dispersed in and around the Bharat sites in many villages, in many houses. So still it is remaining. And the entire, even some few part of the collection before 1947 was transported to other collections in abroad, in other museums also. One such important deity is that the Chulakoka Devata, that is a little sister. So by very this, there was we always know that there is one greater sister was also made. So this is the particle. This is the younger little sister. So this is the Bharat site, and then you can see that the display in the little museum. So now I come back to this one. See, this is the Devata Mahakoka. This particular image was under worship in a local zamindari at Bharat till on the 19 July 2004. When the long arms of Subhash Kapoor reached this one, and he was able to steal this particular image and take it to USA some or other. Unfortunately, there is no photograph available of this image because it was under worship. Even the inscription on the Ashoka tree was copied by the scholars. Fortunately, very, very fortunately, the owners who are worshipping this as their deity registered it as an antiquity, and one photograph was submitted to the records. On 2004, this was stolen. The owners, they even announced 50,000 rupees reward for that, and it was not found until the Subhash Kapoor's facility in New York was raided, and this was surfaced from there. I'll just show you the beautiful next. Next. So this is the image. Next. Just see that kind of Yajnaopavita she was wearing with all sorts of mudras, that swastika, Srivatsa and everything. And see the inscription is also there. This inscription was never copied. No estampage was taken because it wasn't Roshim. Only I copy we are having it at the time. Next. See the beauty of the tassels of other, then the ornaments. Such a beautiful work, and this is the best of Subhash Kapoor's loot. No, he would have got some more than 15 millions for this. Unfortunately, I was I think 3 or 4 persons have seen it in original. Myself, Dr. San, maybe Anil Tiwari. Next. See the beauty of that image. That image must be about 7 feet tall. Next? Okay. So, but this will also come back to India. It may take some more time. Maybe due to various reasons it is not coming. Along with that, there is a very precious collection of objects, a few objects from Suttamalli, the top branches from Suttamalli, the Nagapattinam, this one. For some reasons, it is being retained by the American US authorities. This is going to come back for the only one reason, because the owners, they registered this as an antiquity. And the theft was immediately noticed, and it was reported, and FIR has been claimed. It's a very clear-cut restitution. And Subhash Kapoor, he tried to argue that I purchased it from somebody, showed all sorts of fudged documents and provenance documents, everything. But that did not, is not going to win on that, but it is definitely it is going to come back. I've seen almost the best collection of Subhash Kapoor's loot there. They said it's something around some 4,000 objects he has taken away from all over the Southeastern Asia. Not only India, Afghanistan, Pakistan, all Vietnam, Cambodia, from everywhere he has looted without any prejudice or this one. But this is the best. I'll come next month. Yes. This is another interesting case I am going to give. This is an object of Mahesha Murthy, one of the very rare forms of Mahesha Murthy. We all know that part of Tamil Nadu was occupied by the Rashtrakutas in the 10th century AD under the Krishna III, and issued one plate called Karhat plate, in which he says that he has constructed 3 temples in Tamil Nadu region. One is Kalapriya, and in Tirumalizcheri we have got the Kalapriya temple. It's about 100 kilometers on the way on the Bangalore highway. So this is the temple. Next. This is the temple. You can see the images there, and also the other images. The entire area had lot of yoginis images. All these things have been removed now. They are in various museums, including Madras Museum, National Museum, even in Paris and everywhere. If you go, except the temple, nothing is there to say of the entire. It's entire the Rashtrakuta art was there. And in 1916, next. 1916, this image was published in the T.A. Gopinath Rao's book on elements of Hindu iconography for illustrating the form of Mahesha Murthy. In 1990, one of my ex-colleagues, Srimati Murthy Sri, during her VVS period, she had noticed the image, she photographed and submitted a deform. So when I came to the Chennai Circle in 1993, I went through this deforms and I was able to see. Since I was already worked in the Rashtrakuta area, I was able to find out the affinity. Then I said it's a very important image. I was not knowing that it was published in the T.A. Gopinath Rao volume at that time. So then I said, okay, this must be went and seen. So repeatedly, my colleague G. Tirumurthy went there. Twice or thrice he went to the temple, he saw that image. It was there in that same place. But suddenly in 1995, when he went again, the image was not there. It has been stolen. It's not there, it's gone. So then at that time we were having good relationship with the idol wing. Then we told, this is the problem, why don't you take up this action? So when they took up the action, it was learned that the local Sarpanch Mukhya or whatever he sold this image to XYZ on a paltry sum of about 10,000 rupees or something. And fortunately, that amount was paid through check. So the police was able to trace the person who has given that, and a raid was taken place. Some more than 400 objects were recovered from his godown in Pallavaram. All these were labeled as garden sculptures and meant to be exported. Fine. Then the case took place. So next. During that time, this image was exhibited in the Government Museum, Egmore. You can see this all in open. It was not taken into the accession registers of the museum because it was under litigation, and it was there for a very long time, till at least in around 2000. So when toward 2020, when I came back to Chennai, the idol wing people were able to, they came and meet. At that time, somebody was writing in the media that this has been stolen from Government Museum, Chennai also. Then I asked what is the thing. Then the police people were able to tell that this was under litigation. The owner won the case and took away the object. Under the pretext, and the judge, as I saw the judgment also, the judge said that it should be registered as an antiquity, because it's an antiquity as per AIT Act, it should be registered. It was registered with the RO at that time, the Tamil Nadu government RO. So it was registered. Then when we went through our record, we saw that after registration, he has changed the ownership. And the person it was registered was one of the very prominent smugglers, art smuggler of Chennai, by name Mr. Dina Dayalan. And he has transferred the ownership to Mumbai. Next, no. No, not that. No, not. So it has been now transferred to Mumbai. Now we don't know where this image is today. This is a very big lacuna. Even though it was registered as an antiquity, we do not know its location, because the lacuna in our act. The act does not permit us to go behind the trail of all these artifacts. At least in future, when you all become this one, that act must be, or the rules must be properly amended to classify, at least for internal consumption, to classify. So many objects are being registered, arms are registered, swords are registered, guns are registered. Let us not go into all these things. You leave all those antiquities registered with us, which are government property, leave them out. So when you go for the private registration, at least some object should be classified A, B, C, important, most important, something, and those objects must be seen where it is going. Where it is exactly, whether the owner is keeping it still under his custody. We don't have the powers of seizure or search also, because that can be only done by a police officer by the act. For that also we must get back, we must get the powers, at least to see, at least we must go to the owner's place and see, physically examine whether that antiquity is there. So all the registering officer, now ASI is the registering officer, earlier it was with the state government. So whenever you register objects, at least please open up your eyes, go there, see if there are any important objects like this. It's a very, very, very rare form of Mahesha Murti, which is, we will never get back. But we do not know. And I told the police officials, at least go search where it is exactly. I don't know what happened. After that, I became a free citizen now. Next, please. So I have this thing. Another thing is the restitution of object. We talked about restitution of object from abroad to India. What about the restitution object which we are having in our museums to the respective original provenance? For example, Archaeological Survey of India is holding more than 13 or 14 bronzes of Dharashram temple, which was excavated during the conservation work. Those bronzes were under worship in that particular temple. We must give it back to them. It should go back to it should not be in our storeroom. And also restitution of the objects from one museum to the sea. For example, the Andhra government is laying claim on the Amaravati sculptures of this one. Like similarly, Madhya Pradesh government may claim the Bahrut sculptures. These kind of restitution also should take place to the possible This one. See, for example, my next, or the before, one slide before. This one. Can you see those three images? All these three images were once upon a time standing in our protected monument of Dharasuram. Now they are in Tanjavur Art Gallery. There is a small mantapa called, one mantapa was built for that Kankala Murti and the entire set. See, these things can be restituted. We must, of course, it's a very big issue. It is not going to happen. I am very pretty sure no one has got the large and big heart to give back the objects. But it must happen. Last. So we have seen three or four types of problems before us. One in which we have to go for a negotiated settlement. The second object we fought on a very good with very good technical details. We won the case. The third is just because it is registered, it is going to come back because all our documents were there. Fourth, even though it was registered, we don't know where the antiquities are. And fifth question which I have raised is that restitution between our own organizations. So these things people can keep in your mind when you become in the executive where decision can be made or where policies can be formulated with you. Have an open heart and then do the policy making things. Once upon a time, we used to exchange, or the museums used to exchange objects. From one museum, something will come, we'll get back something. All these things have stopped in the last few decades. We are not open, we have become closed. Please have an open heart when you deal with antiquities. Thank you very much. Anybody, any questions? Please.
The organizer asked me to go for a tea break, and after that we will continue this discussion. Is it? 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
I request all the participants to occupy the chairs as we are going to continue our first session. Yes, sir. Sir, I request all the participants, please.
I request all the participants to be Where is our Dr. Sriraman? After tea break, we will start again. Actually, it is a continuation of the previous speaker, Dr. Sriraman. He has given a valuable information about the importance of antiquities. And actually, he has given very interesting information about the act in force, about the protection of the antiquities, and also the various vandalism and looting happened in India. Actually, it is a very long history. We know our Indian heritage has been looted, and we can see throughout world our heritage. Wherever we go, any museum, we get some or other materials of Indian material. The whole collection of Amaravati is found in a separate gallery in British Museum. I think many of the people we know are aware of that. Even Adichinaldur material, it is found in a German museum. Even the material of Arikemedu, it is found in France. It's quite interesting. Actually, it is a very great concern of Indian archaeologists as well as the Indian heritage lovers. How to bring back all this antiquities is a great task. Basically, it's not possible. Even Dr. Sriraman has told the two issues, particularly the Sivapuram Nadaraja and Pattur Nadaraja, how much, the legal battle we had faced to bring back that. We know it's a very long battle in spite of the strong government, all these things. And there are many such things has been gone, and still we don't aware and we don't know what is to do and how it is going to bring back. Even recently, some of them it has come from Australia, and there are many things to come. I will give one or two example in this. Particularly, I was talking about Barud. You know, there is a story of Barud when the Britishers, they saw the beautiful, the Sunga period sculptures. They took all these sculptures, they loaded in a ship. They want to transport to London. But unfortunately, the ship has sunk and the whole thing has gone. You know that story. It's one of the very tragic story. The whole Barud sculpture is lost. Same thing when the longest, he has written his report, when he went to Amaravati, he saw the people, cartload of bricks and even the sculpture panel, they are taking to their house, breaking and putting there in roads. Even nearly 200 Buddhist sites in Andhra Pradesh. Amaravati is such a great heritage. Only few sculptures we get now. It has been dumped in various museums. We know that. So it has lost so much of thing, and it is the high time to take some sort of a very concrete action. Of course, it is an international scenario because it's not the Indian government alone. It has to be taken at international level to see how it has to bring back. Another interesting story I will tell you in Taj Mahal. You know, William Painting period, the Taj Mahal was auctioned. You know, somebody wanted, unfortunately, those who had taken the auction, they didn't turn out. That's why Taj Mahal has been saved. Otherwise, Taj Mahal would have been only the mud we can see. Actually, he has auctioned first the Delhi, that the tub where the Shah Jahan used to take bath. and he has taken away, and it has gone to London, and even the India works, it has gone to London. Third year's attempt, William Painting has attempted to auction Taj Mahal, and then the person who has taken the action, he has taken the action, but he has not turned back. That's why Taj Mahal has been saved. So there are many such stories we can come across about our antiquities. So it is really an eye-opener. I congratulate Dr. Sriraman who given this important issues, particularly the 4 antiquities he has taken, and he has given a very, very detailed report how the stories goes and how the legal battle Indian government and Indian archaeologists fought to bring back. Thank you very much. And if any 1 or 2 questions, it's welcome.
Actually, it's a nice lecture given by Dr. Sriram. Thing is, actually, I saw the sculpture Ardhanarishwara in Sydney Museum. It was kept there with a very big podium, and tourists from different countries were visiting those times. Now we successfully brought it. It's a good effort. But now we people are like students, so many people want to see the sculpture. I need to ask the ASI whether are you taking any initiatives to put into the museum or somewhere or at the temple? This is the question.
So, see, as of now, restitution is the inward. So everybody, if they open the mouth, restitution of antiquities. Okay, the objects goes off, it comes back with great effort. It is not there. Normally, the policy is, or the ideal situation is there. If the image is moved from this place, it should come back to that place. As an archaeologist, we want everything to be preserved in situ as we have got it. For example, if you take the bronzes, majority of the bronzes stolen or smuggled out of India were once upon a time part of a big festival, festivities of that particular temple, if it is a living temple. Even though they were all buried for some reasons, it can be brought back into worship. So the best of my knowledge, Sivapuram, Pattur, Nataraja, all these are now under worship. They are being taken out in the processions, all the Natarajas. In fact, when a horde of bronzes were captured, recovered at Esalam, nearby, the local people, they refused to give. Now it is under worship. So as far as the objects which were under worship, if it had been stolen, for example, Thirupurandan cash, the Suttamallika, they are all gone. It will come back. Once they come back, they will go back to the respective temples for further worship. If they are fit for worship, it will be brought under worship. It is for the HRNC, the Sthapatis and the Agama experts to take a call on that. That is one thing. If it is the object is stolen from an archaeological monument, say for example, there is a place called what is it? Chandavaram, where a good number of Buddhist panels were stolen, and some of them were come back. Few have been returned back. But whenever, if it is a ownerless antiquities or we do not know from where it has gone, Archaeological Survey of India, they have retained there in their headquarters, to the best of my knowledge. I think there is a museum in Puranakila of the restitution object. Even customs also, they are also having a museum somewhere in Goa, if I am not wrong, where they are keeping all this seized object. If it was under worship, we know for sure it will go back to that particular place. But it was not, then the government will take a call. It may be even retained in National Museum or at the central government level, or if the state government claims it, it will come back. Suppose if the object is in a live case as evidence, it will come back to the police here, to the respective investigative agencies. Thank you. Sir.
I have just a query regarding the value of the antiquity. Like we have so many numbers of antiquities in the museums, like we have the provenance of the antiquity and all that, but when you want to draw back the value, so I just want to know what are the like a policy we go through to value the antiquities.
Yes, it is a $1 million question which I am hearing right from when I was a student. You might have heard the same thing, Dr. Satyamurthy heard the same thing. And per se, Archaeological Survey of India does not give any valuation except for insurance purpose.
Sorry, we'll continue later because DG is joining online. So please listen, and after that we'll continue the program.
Thank you.
Did you stop any conversation in the middle? I don't want that to happen. I mean, if somebody is talking, don't cut in the middle. I can wait and let them complete their part. Let them complete their part. So who's talking? Please let him finish it. I'll listen to that and then I will talk. Don't cut him in the middle. Okay. Yeah. Hello? Yeah, okay. So am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Morning, everyone. First of all, I think it's my loss that I have not been able to join you in person, because this is a subject on which I was very, very keen, and I had literally pushed Maheshwari to organize something at a very short notice, and I'm happy that the entire region has come together for discussing something very important. I can certainly see Nambirajan online. Anil could not come, but I'm assuming he's joined online somewhere. Two or three points which I thought I should share with you today. One is that this is a topic which is very sensitive, and which is also very close to people in ASI, especially people in circles from the southern part of the country. Antiquities, their illicit trafficking, their, how do we ensure that they do not leave our shores? How do we get them back? These are subjects which are very, very close to many of us. Whichever part of the country we belong to, these are very, very close to us. Now, over time, we've been talking about retrieval of antiquities, which I'm sure all of you know has been picking the pace in the last few years, especially in the last, say, 4 or 5 years. And then we've been seeing a steady stream of antiquities coming back to India and especially to Tamil Nadu and whether they are case property or whether they are idols which have gone out from different temples and which are now going back to the states. As we are talking, we have the G20 meetings which are going on, India being the head of the G20 presidency. And yesterday, in fact, that is the reason both Anil and I could not come, and even Navirajan could not come, is that, we had a day-long webinar which was a G20 side meeting on the subject of restitution and protection of antiquities, which means that all the G20 countries and the countries which are invited, which is around 30 to 32 countries, along with UNESCO, along with ICROM, along with ICOMOS, along with Interpol, all the major organizations, plus the entire set of G20 representatives, they all got together to discuss this very, very important subject of retrieval of antiquities and how do we ensure frameworks for retrieval of antiquities. Now, in fact, just now, after I finish your call, I have to get into another call on the same subject with a select group of G20 ambassadors. So now you know why this becomes so important and so topical for you to discuss. Now, the entire discussion yesterday was on how do we ensure that we strengthen our legal frameworks. What is that we need to do to prevent antiquities from going outside of India? What is that we need to do to bring antiquities back home? So one point which I had stressed in that was, there was a time when the antiquities went out of India and they were, it was a matter of pride to have an Indian antiquity on the mantelpiece, whether it is a Chola bronze, whether it is a terracotta, whether it is a part of the, door jamb, whatever it is, you put it on your mantelpiece and it is a matter of pride. We need to move from that mindset to one where we take pride in giving it back to the country from which it came from. So I think that is what we need to do. So I was actually mentioning in the meeting yesterday, it is a continuum. From the point where we take pride in displaying an antiquity, say for example, if I have an antiquity, say coming from Benin or from Cuba, right? From a place of pride where I'm saying, I have an antiquity of Cuba which is displayed at my mantelpiece, I should move to a place where I am embarrassed, then to a place where I'm guilty, and then to a place where I am actually taking pride in giving it back to Benin. So that is the continuum we are looking at. So that is what all the country ambassadors and the international organizations, including ICROM, are talking about. How do we strengthen the legal frameworks? How do we strengthen, the legislative arrangements in each country? Because each country, I'm sure have their own domestic laws. So what they did, when they took it. But now they have very strong domestic laws within their country which prevent that antiquity to be exported back to wherever it is. So while taking it was very easy, while giving back you bring all legislations into place. So we were talking about these very, very important issues. Why I'm sharing this is the sensitivity and importance which is being given to antiquities and their retrieval and their protection, as by India and by the G20 presidency. This is one side of the story. The other part is, forget about retrieval for a second. How do we even understand the importance of antiquities? So one question I have been repeatedly asking a lot of people, and the answers I get are almost standardized. But I know because that is the answer anybody can give, which is, if I show you a bronze, how do you determine that it is an authentic antiquity? Is there any way to understand? Now, the answer to that was 2-3 parts. One, they said, ma'am, you can find out by the style. Second, they said, you also know because of your training. You intuitively know it is something which is an antiquity. you intuitively know whether it is a fake. Now, if that is what it is, it's very good. But then, will that knowledge be limited to 1, 2, 3 people in the system? Should that knowledge not be documented and we actually train a set of people to know, to identify, to authenticate antiquities? Because tomorrow, 50 years down the line, Nambirajan won't be there, Maheshwari won't be there, Anil Tiwari won't be there. What happens then? Is somebody else capable of taking the mantle? Should we not now look at, because this is absolutely, how do I put it? This is delicate, sensitive knowledge. That knowledge cannot be restricted to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. It has to go beyond it. You may not give it to 500 people, but at least 25 people should have it. So how do we document it? So I have been asking Nambirajan, and he said he will do that in April. I said beyond this workshop today, I wanted him to run a class in Delhi, preferably in our institute, to teach how do you identify an antiquity. What are the various steps you take? How do you determine whether this is X or Y or Z? And then put the whole piece of knowledge together. That is number 2. Number 3, I think, Maheshwari, as a part of today's deliberations, if you're already not doing that, and that I would request all the essays also to be a part of that discussion, is this. Museums are, for some strange reason, divorced from the circles. At least they were divorced from the circles till recently. Now I am seeing a whole lot of essays taking the interest in the museums, and that's a very, very good sign, and I'm really happy about it. The essay of the circle is as much in charge of the museum as the museum person. Today, when you go to many site museums of ASI, I'm not generalizing it, several site museums have ASAs. Again, I never understand why the minute you become an ASA, you're dumped into a museum. I really don't understand the logic, but that's how it is going to be. So, several of the museum in charge persons I have seen, they know what they're talking about, they understand the subject, they explain things when you go there. But I cannot say that of all of them. Therefore, my request to all the SAs and the senior officers who are sitting in this conference today is you need to, at your level, periodically visit these site museums. Organize this kind of a workshop in that particular site museum. Call experts from outside. We cannot be restricted to one small lot. We have to go beyond it, whether it is retired, ASI officers, whether it is experts from the academia, whether it is, NGOs who have been passionate and working the field. I do not think it hurts to learn from everybody. So I would really want the essays to include as a part of your calendar one such workshop, one such discussion, one such meeting every 3 months in one of your major site museums. And this has to be mandatory. Please sit with your museum in charge. Just spend an entire day in that site museum. Entire day. I mean, don't do anything. Just spend there. Antiquity after antiquity after antiquity, sit there. Understand. Ask people. Explain to them. Learn from that. I think that is very, very, very critical. I will not take more time because I know there are a lot of speakers who are there. I will be connected. I may not be on the video, but I'm certainly there. And as and when there is some doubt, which I have in my mind on any of what the discussions which are happening there, I'll connect back and I'll, keep asking. I wish this workshop, a very, very grand success. And it's my loss I've not been able to be there in person. But I would certainly like to know more and learn more from all of you. I think I missed 2 lectures probably by Sriraman. I don't know who's the other person. Maybe I will want to hear from you once again. May not be today because we may not have time. But some other time, certainly I want to loop back to you. Thank you so much. So I'm online, you please continue the deliberations.
So that point is over, is it?
This point is
over. Okay.
only for insurance we give some
Yes.
block value.
Yes, please.
Beyond that we don't involve ourselves in this valuation.
Sriram, only one thing. You wanted powers for search. Powers for search is in the Act 23 section of the Act, it is there. But I remember that is, as far as I know, powers have been given, delegated to the state directors, not to SS. At that time, the state directors were the licensing officers, and not licensing officers, they were registering officers were under their control. Powers have been delegated to them, but never they used it. So far, not even single case, they use it. As far as we have powers for search in other public premises eviction act, SS have been given powers, but we cannot execute it without the Tahsildar's intervention. So we never use it. Even there is some encroachment in our monument or nearby, we are empowered. According to the Act and according to the notification, SS are empowered to evict any persons in the archaeological area. But the Act is so cumbersome, you cannot directly go. You will take a Tahsildar and police. So it never happens. I was there for more than 15, 20 years as I said, I never used it. It is not possible.
I will give a small explanation. See, the section 23 gives power of entry, search and seizure, etc. This is subject to section 102 and 103 of CPRC. That 102, 103 empowers only either a police officer or a magistrate. A magistrate can order a seizure or search, or a police person can go. To the best of my knowledge, as I say, I do not know whether we are empowered that. We are, if anything is there, it must be, if any old circulars or notifications are there, we have to get it back. Because, as I said, when see now the registering powers is with us, with the archaeological survey, it is no more with the state government, and we cannot show somebody else's hands and escape. So it is now with us. So all the ROs, whoever is there, please do the ROs work very diligently. I ask all the essays, would-be essays, please take up RO job very, very in a positive manner, dedicated. Please don't stop, please do it. Otherwise, we will be nowhere. Without paper, nothing moves. It's just like a patta for your antiquities. So once the registering officer must open his eyes, see what has been registered already. Some good objects, very important historically, artistically, archaeologically, significant. Please take and then see whether it is still available to the owner. If you are not going to go behind the trail, many will be, because in export business, customs cannot check each and every bundle, each and every container. It will get a slip. So even in future, the tag must be properly modified to track these objects. Some sort of classification must be done. The objects with government bodies, no need, because in handing over, taking over, always originality, everything will get checked. But with the private ownership, but registering officers' work is very, very, very important. Please don't take a very, what to say this one. Please get it done. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you have not registered that Devata Mahakoka, you would not have got it done.
Thank you. And actually, just one or two clarification. Actually, about the value of the antiquities. Actually, this is the one which is very Received gold medal from the Rajiv Gandhi, former Prime Minister of India in Mangalore. Silpa Kala Ratnam, title awarded received from the Singapore then President Nathan, and Silpa Sudamani, title award received from Mendes, Canada. Vastu Silpa Kala Saharam, felicitated by Krishna, the former Chief Minister of Karnataka. He is one of the renowned Sthapati. I request Dr. Dakshinamurthy to come to dais and make his presentation.
The PPT can be shown last, sir. I have only one PPT picture because of the time constraint. Yesterday only I reached Chennai from UK. That's why I could not prepare the PPT and all. Good morning to everyone. It's a nice occasion, and thanks to ASI for arranging this beautiful workshop. Actually, it is a rare thing happening in this dais. Normally, the Sthapatis are not appearing in the dais in the past. So, we are the people safeguarding the intangible heritage. As UNESCO said, we are in the lineage of constructing temples since from many thousands of years before. From my college days, I used to read the beautiful message of architect Vitruvius. I used to read almost every day. This is the saying of Vitruvius, boosting me every day to learn a lot of things. Particularly, I must mention here about Dr. Satyamurthy sir. We are in the expert committee, HRNC. We used to meet many times. I still learn a lot of things, though I am attaining the age 60. My topic actually, it is I need to speak about iconometry. Professor Rajendran also going to speak about the iconometry. So if you need to talk about iconometry, there are many perspectives. We can talk about the iconometry in many angles. So my view of explaining about iconometry must be about Manopakaranam. This is the first chapter available in the Vastu literatures. More talking about Manopakaranam. Actually, the Manopakaranam, Manam means the measurements, Upakaranam means the tools, the scale. We call the temples are living organism. Don't feel that even I object calling the ancient temples or the monuments. Actually, these are all the living organisms. It is not made out of only brick or stone. Actually, all the temples, almost all the temples in the olden days constructed are made out of, it is combined with soul. It is soul enclosed structures. It is like our human being, like our living being. So, what I need to talk today is unheard, unspoken, and for creating a new horizon for the research. I didn't tell what Vitrivius told. Those who have aimed at acquiring manual skill without scholarship have never been able to reach a position of authority corresponding to their pains. While those who have relied only upon theories and scholarship were obviously hunting the shadow, not the substance. But those who have a thorough knowledge of both, like men aimed at all points, have sooner attained their object and carried authority with them. This is the saying of Vitrivius I used to read all the days. Manopakaranam is the key factor which is bringing down God from the heaven. It is bringing down the God to the earth. How? Only because of this Manopakaranam, what we people are following. This is not the new one for us. Actually, still we people are safeguarding by following all the Manopakaranam, the scale system what told in the Vastu Sastras. I went many places. I traveled in the north also, where I found, I wrote a book in architecture. That is, I wrote a book about Dharmaraja Ratha also. And recently I released a book, Introspection in Indian Architecture. Actually, I visited many places and measured things where I found the science of architecture, how they have used in those days. You must have heard about the Padavinyasa, how, it is a Padavinyasa is a modular method of making town planning, making temples, making houses. All these things are based on the method told Vastu Purusha Mandala or Padavinyasa. Padavinyasa is dividing the entire area by too many squares and the allocation of rooms and walls, pillars, all based on Vastu Purusha Mandala or Padavinyasa system. In the ancient days, they have followed. I found actually Ajanta, if you check 15A Ajanta cave, it was designed with the Padavinyasa of 25 modules. Same like Nasik cave 3, also Manduka Pada with 64 modules. Likewise, Uttarameru, almost all the temple structures, even ancient residential excavations also we can find that all the mathematical system used in those days are based on the Vastu Purusha Mandala or this Padavinyasa system. So when we are unearthing the objects those people were used, we must also put our interest in knowing what planning methodology in those days people were adopted. Why I am going to say all these things is this much of this mathematical system, this town planning, this Padavinyasa system is not new. It is 3,000-4,000 years old. That is why this Ajanta cave BC 200 BC, 300 BC, those days they followed the Padavinyasa system. So now I come to the topic again, Manopakaranam. So Manopakaranam is, these iconometries, don't feel that iconometry is meant for only icons. We call it in our Vastu Shilpa Shastras that a temple also an icon. What system we follow for making an idol, also the same system we use for that, the structure where the deity is residing. We have a beautiful sloka about that one Agama called Vishwamitra Samhita speaks, Devalayasya Nirmanam, Devasya Cha Nirmidam. What it is. Construction of a temple also like carving a deity, like carving a sculpture. So both are equal. What system we follow for iconometrically, we follow for the sculptures, the same system we follow for the temple also. Not only for the temple elevation, in layout, for making a layout, for making a garbhagriha, for making everything, the ancient system is still we follow. You must understand who are responsible for creating such a beautiful system. The Sthapatis who are responsible. Those who have created the Vastu Shilpa tradition and the Vastu Sastras. I give one more evidence how these systems were used. We have a beautiful shloka of Mahabharata. The Maya says to Krishna, Ramyani Shukatarshani Bhogatyani Sakasra Sakha. How in those days people were able to construct Ramyani Shukadarshani Bhogatyani Sakasra. Thousands of structures have been constructed in those days. The Maya, who was the architect of Mahabharata, who explained. Even we know very well about what told in the Silappatikaram also. Nunvine Kammiyar Kana Marabina Mayan Vidithu Kudutha Marabina Ivaidam. These are all the references we get from our literature. Even Nedanal Vadai also speaks. Nulari Pulavar Nunidin Kairattu Theyam Gundu Devam Noki Perumpayar Mannaikoppa Manavakathu. So Nulari Pulavar, these intelligent people in those days who have designed Nulari Pulavar Nunidin Kairati means they have used the string. Actually, it is a string theory, what we call the Padavinyasa system. So it is the system is very ancient. Still, we keep on following is the important thing we must learn. Those people, those tapatis, don't feel that they are not only craftspersons. Why? Because what we call them, they are the scientist tapatis. A beautiful verse available in the Manasara saying Sthapanadipatiki Sthapatihi Yasmat Tasmat Sthapati Ruchade. You know, P.K. Acharya, who has given a beautiful interpretation for this shloka, the Sthapatis were the Director General of all nation building activities. So they were the founders of this tradition. They were the founders of the mathematical system. Because of them only, we are able to do such a beautiful temples, thousands of temples in our country. So, one more beautiful shloka you must understand. What is the benefit of using this mathematical system, this scale system? It is the system which is bringing down God. That is one. And another one is they are creating souls. Everyone must write about how these people are able to creating souls. I am not joking. It is not mystery. This is the science. This is the geometry what we people are using, bringing down God as well as we are creating the souls in the structures. That shloka says, Prasadadini Vastuni Vastudaka Vastu Samshraya. What it means. The Prasadadini means, the Prasada means all the structures elevated, constructed those days are enclosed with soul. Samshrayat means it is enclosed. it is hidden, it is invisible. So this system was invented by the ancient Shilpi scientists who are unpretentious and cognitive, you must understand. This is not the system easily found. This is the system of hundreds of years travel. This is the hundreds of years they have traveled, and by bearing the tools and the machines on their sweating shoulders, and found this mathematical system for creating such beautiful temples and icons. It is a system knowing from knowing to know, from known to unknown, from the visible to find out the invisible, from the visible to show you the invisible. This is the system we used in those days. Still we use. It is not the system unknown to unknown. You know, the unknown to unknown, creating confusions and contradictions. But our system is very clear, authoritative. For your instance, you know, you must have heard about this mathematics, golden geometry something, you know. It's a fractal theory. It's a modern mathematical system. It's fractal theory. It is fractal means it is a fraction. It is a fraction theory. It is, you know, you cannot get the perfection. But whereas our system is a perfect golden geometry. You can call this one, our ancient system is a perfect golden geometry. So this is the system. This is the basic system those days we have found. You know, this is the numeric system. It is the system for creating the forms. This system is enclosed with the form. I told you the mathematical system is enclosed with the form. The form is enclosed with the measurements. It is something like brick and dimensions. Unless you have the dimension for a brick, you cannot call it is a brick. So you cannot show the brick unless if you use the dimension. That is the dimension decided in those days. The dimension is hidden in the brick. Without dimension, you cannot create. It is to understand, it is something like a word and meaning. It is numeric and alpha enclosed. So all these mathematical system what we follow for our temple is called Bhagavat Jnanam. Bhagavat Jnanam is Bhagavat Vijnanam. So it is a science. It is not simply following like meter and feet. Meter and feet is no way connected with our temple architecture. We must follow the system. What we have is called mula or hole. The mula, you know, the mula in the convention of a mula, what we call it is called a Tanjai Mulam. The Brihadeshwara temple was built using the Tanjai Mulam having the 33 inches conventional mula. So these are all the factors behind our mathematical system. Now we are going to see what significance has the Manopakarana. We go through simply about the table of scale. 8 atomic particle is 1 chariot dust. 8 atomic particles is 1 chariot dust. 8 chariot dust is 1 immi. It is available in Chilapadigaram also. 8 immi is 1 ellu. 8 ellu is 1 ellu or yava. 8 yava is 1 angula. What it is? It is like millimeter, centimeter, decimeter, meter, or something like that. So we have a formula of multiples of 8. We follow for making all the icons, all the iconic structures, all based on this system. This is the system followed in installing the sky-touching big temples, and this system is intangibles for making tangible structures. So for that, for exposing what the intangible system is behind our tangible structures, I have come here. This system is created based on the nature, which is the cosmic nature. This is not simply produced. By following the nature, mathematical system of nature, this scale system is created. By creating the scale system, by applying the scale system, what has happened, it is very interesting. It is very, very interesting. Brahma, what we call the creator of the universe, is Brahma. Who created the universe will not last long. It is only temporary. Whereas this mathematical system available in the Vastu Silpa tradition will last long, will beat the lifetime of Brahma's creations. We have a beautiful Tamil verse. Maya neri aatral, ayan neri neekum. What it is? Maya neri means Maya neri. The system of Maya means the architect's scale system will vanish the system of Ayan, the Brahma. My Guruji, my uncle, Dr. V. Ganavasabdi, used to tell almost all his lifetime these beautiful lines. Indian traditional architect Dr. V. Ganapati Sabdi also said the following on Sthapatya Veda and traditional Sthapati thus: man with an atom of divine energy in him has established his own spiritual domain on earth, rendering his own forms much more attractive than those of his own creator. The creator of the universe, God made man, the animate being, but man has made the supreme being, his God, using the same technology of the divine master. Hence, it is sacred, and hence the science is designated as Sthapatya Veda. Now, I will come to explain 8 atoms is one chariot dust. Why they have taken the chariot dust? The atom is invisible, but chariot dust is visible. The chariot dust means it is not the dust of the chariot passing through our roads. This is the chariot passing on the sky. This is the chariot of sun. It travels every day and sends its dust through our holes of thatched roof houses. You can check, that is called sunlight beam. That sunlight beam is, in other words, it is called light particles. In Tamil, it is called Thertugal. It is called Thertugal. It is a very interesting note. These are all the dimension system we use for making the physical structures. It is visible structures. The same science is how it is made possible to create is wonderful information we have. In Tamil, it is Thertugal. Do you know Upanishads are speaking about the God, Tejomayam Brahma. So for making a Tejomayam Brahma, unless we use the light particle of the sun, how can we create a God? This is the science. For making a Tejomayam Brahman, for making a deity, they have found the size in the tejas of sun particle, sun's dust. That is called Thertugal. So the sun travels every day. His dust, his chariot dust is passing through our houses. They have taken the dimension of the Thertugal and applied in making the deities and temples. So not only this, we can go deep. If we go deep, we have to check how the atom is invisible, how this atom size has come. Now, 8 atom is one Thertugal, before that, behind. 8 subatom is one atom. That 8 subatom is what? It is Paramanu. Paramanu is Paramatman. Paramanu is Brahman, invisible. You know what is Paramatman, what is Paramanu? The Paramanu point is very, very, very subtle. It is not visible to the human eyes. But how they found is very interesting. We, everyone have that Paramanu point in our heart where we are aiming. The aiming point is Paramanu, and we are targeting like using the arrow. Unless you aim, you cannot fulfill the target. The target aim happening in the Paramanu point. So that is a very sensitive theory what we follow. That's why Paramanar idir proktam yoginam drishtikocharam. Yoginam drishtikocharam means the Paramanu is visible only to the eyes of the yogis. I don't want to say who are the yogis who have found. Yogis are the architects of our ancient Bharat who have found. They are called yogis. Their science is Sthapatya Yoga. Not only Sthapatya Yoga, Sthapatya Veda, it is yoga also. It is you must know about yoga. Normally what we feel what yoga is. So yoga is for attaining, for fulfilling our for requirements. We do yoga like Ashtanga Yoga. But this yoga, Sthapatya Yoga, is not like that. It is for their individual sake they are doing the Ashtanga Yoga. But this is for the public sake. For creating a temple is not for himself. It is for creating a deity is not for himself. He is making a meditation or penance, doing a sculpture. This is called Sthapatya Yoga. This Sthapatya Yoga is brought out from where? I have come to the end point. This Sthapatya, this Manopakarana measurement system is designed from column, time. Time is the very important factor in designing a scale system in our Bharat. From the remote past, we people are following the same system. We have a beautiful shloka of Maya. Kala Kurye Kanakiyalagi கட்டடக்கலையே கணக்கியல் உச்சி. You know, the mathematical system what we follow in architecture is the zenithal mathematics. It is not a simply mathematics, it is a zenithal of mathematics. So that means Kala Kure Kanakila means column is the very basic element for designing the scale. See what brilliant people, those who have designed this scale system. Do you find any kind of this system is followed in any of the place, you know, in the world? Nobody can create such a beautiful system. This is why our structure and sculptures are living long. For instance, I will explain how the measurement system, this column is helping for designing a scale. These are all very, it's like it's general knowledge. We know how the tree is growing. If a coconut tree is growing in 5 years to 5 feet, 5 feet it grows 5 years, means that height is equivalent to the duration, the periodicity. If the periodicity is 5 years and the length or height of the tree is 5 years, that 5:5. This is the basic theory what we have. This is the theory of making the physical structure. The column is used for the, you must be, you know, the Anuswaram, you know, I told you the Anu, Tukal, Ter Tukal, all I told you. The same thing is used for the music also. You must be heard about Anuswara. The time is called Ter Tukal length. What explained? There is a term, Tertugal column. Anutugal Neelam, Anutugal column. So the same thing what applied in architecture also applied in the Kala Ganidam. So these are all interlinked. That's why we call music is a audible architecture. You cannot hear architecture, but if you want to hear architecture, just feel the music. The same thing, we want to see the architecture, hear the music, and if you want to see the music, see the architecture. This is the important thing you must understand. Yeah. So this column, I will conclude in 5 minutes. This column turns, you know, this science is the sacred science. The Paramatman, I told you, when it is in stillness, it is in square. When it vibrates, when it starts working, it turns into octagon, and after which the time changes into circle. These are all the activities of time. These time principles are applied in our Shivalinga. You must be knowing more about Shivalinga, what is inside Shivalinga. We have a Brahmasutram, we have a square bottom, octagonal middle portion, the top circular. These are all Nagara, Vesara, Dravida. Don't feel that the Nagara, Dravida, Vesara is not the regional boundaries. It is not regional boundaries. It mentions on the quality of time. This is attribute of time, attribute of scale. This is the scale system. This is the expanded form of the time we have shown in Shivalinga. And when the time turns and time rhythmically it operates, it functions. It is rhythm is a dance, where from the dance of Shiva is taken birth. I have given the drawing. You see the line of the curvature. I have given the Nataraja. That is the sequence of time. The sequence of time changes into a rhythmic form, where Lord Natarasa means Rasa means It is the soul, the dancing soul. The Raja is, you can take it as a time. Actually, time is called a Brahman, what we call in our Upanishad. In Upanishad, you can see time is also a Brahman. So giving, we must understand the scale system is where from it came. And that scale system is called Manopakaranam. The scale system is come from the time measures. What we understand about the time is when it is in stillness and in it is vibration, it has geometries. To explain the activity of time, we are explaining in the geometrical form like squares, octagon, and circle. That the time's vibration is called rhythm. That rhythm creates dance, where from the Nataraja is taken birth. And this is the system we follow, that you must understand. I think it will be helpful for you, but I don't think it may be a little dry subject, but you must. I have written in my book, you can read elaborately. I have compared with the language and the scale and almost all the details I given my book. You can read my book, it is written there. And thank you very much for giving this opportunity to speak in front of you. Thank you very much.
Due to constraint of time, maybe one or two questions. And before that, just a brief about the Dr. Dakshinamurthy's very wonderful lecture on the significance of Manopakarana and then Pada Vinyasa. This is, and then other agamic traditions, which has been how much it is helpful for the temple architecture, sculptural making, and other thing. And really, it's a very, very deep subject, and really very wonderful presentation he has given. And the Sthapati tradition is really one of the older tradition. It's one of the perpetuating the ancient tradition of art and architecture in India. We know in many inscriptions we have the tradition, because the Sthapati tradition has been reflected. Even in Mahabalipuram, the Kevada Perunthachan is the name has been given. And even in the Hoysala sculptures, everywhere you can say Mallitamba, this is the name, this is a sculptor. Like that, we have hundreds of such a Sthapati tradition we found in the inscription and also the sculptures. So this is one of the wonderful tradition. I think he is the one we are still perpetuating the tradition, the ancient tradition. Dr. Ganapati Sthapati is one of the very renowned architect and Sthapati, and he has done wonderful work in the world. And he has come from the same tradition, and really it's a very wonderful thing. The another thing he has told, the temple itself is an icon. I think it's quite correct. When you see the Tanjavur temple, you see this is Sarvadobhadra temple, and it is having opening on our four sides. Actually, it itself a Chaturmukha Linga. Actually, the Isana, that is the top one, that is formless. Tatpurusha, Vamadeva, Satyojada, and Agora. You can see all the four sculptures on the four sides. This temple itself is a kind of an icon. Same thing we can see in Cambodia. There's one temple that itself, all the three sides we have the faces. It's a typical the temple thing. Even he has given very good example about some of the iconometric studies. You know, the Sulabh Sutra, it is 5th century BC. This is the first work in the world which talks about trigonometry. How to draw square, how to draw octagonal, how to draw hexagonal, how to make circles. I mean the dimensions, how to make it. That is the first work in the world which has been given. Sulabh Sutra, it's one of the greatest credit to Indian thing. So with this thing, of course, there are many things to talk about this presentation, because very wonderful thing. And I request one or two questions, if anything, please. Yeah. Yeah, please. take my...
I am Sridharan. I want to add one more point. The Sthapatis, who is in charge for constructing the temples. But 3 divisions are there. Sutragrahi, he is putting the thread, and Vartahi is setting all these sculptures in the respective places. If it is in Devakoshta, like that. And Thachan, he is removing all the unwanted portions and he is erecting the temple. The supervisor, this Sthapati. So the last one is Sthapati. He is in charge for the temple. And we find so many sculptures in Srirangam temple and Chidambaram temple. All the names have been written behind that sculptures. Okay. Just I want to add that point.
Okay. Thank you for the suggestion. And
Namaste, sir. I am basically stone sculptor. I want a small clarification about every temple have vertical and horizontal line based on the constructed. But nowadays we have a water level and lesser level is there. But those time how they fixed a point like a horizontal level, see the Adhisthana, Upabida, Kumuda, everything, all the line is perfectly water level they fixed it. How they fixed it those time? Thank you, sir.
It's a 2-line answer. You know, I told you in the Sangam literature, from Sangam literature, that Noorali Pulavar Nundijin Kairet. Actually, the Sthapatis who have understood in those days the movement of the sun, not actually, the sun is not moving, a movement of the earth actually. Every month, the movement of earth, how much it is, they have already decided in those days what we call, that is, it is available in the Sankusthapana. Every month we will be able to tell you at what degree or what it is what we call it is the movement of the sun. Every month how it moves, what percentage. All these things were clearly stated in the Manasara Vastu Sastra about Sankusthapana, where you can find too many informations about this, but the leveling and the vertical, perpendicular, it is no need to go for any very expensive machineries what is available now. It is, the plumb line will be enough for making a perpendicular. The plumb line is going through, it is the, Puvir Puvisai. It acts upon, it goes through the center of the earth, or it is, plumb line is the perpendicular line what we used. It should be in perpendicular. It is not vertical. Vertical is something different from perpendicular. You see, perpendicular line is based upon the plumb line. It is called the Madhya Sutram. Yeah, I tell you. If you mark it, that is very simple. We have a tri-scale. You will get that 90 degree, 45 degree. You can get this slant is if you make the plumb line and do by using your tri-scale, and it will be the water table level also. You understand? This is a very basic thing. We have attained the cosmos, we have found the Paramanu, and we have measured the orbit of these planets. All things we found, but this is very simple. It is simple for them. In that way only they have done it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, we are struggling to find out how the Tanjavur temple has been constructed, because the huge stone, how they lifted and then they put it there. I think anybody went to Bhojpur? You see, the Bhojpur, we can see the whole mechanism there. It's all same contemporary period. There are nearly 32 drawings are there I have documented when I was posted in Bhopal Circle. All the drawings, it is actually a school, actually some sort of a educative to a sthapatis, how to work, the whole mechanism, how the sthapatis are working, you can see at Bhojpur. Like that, even Khajuraho, there are some examples are there. It gives again the tradition of the sthapatis. I'll stop with that and thank you to Dr. Dakshinamurthy sir to giving this wonderful presentation. Now we'll switch out to the other presentation. Dr. J. Rajendran, please come over here, sir. He is a principal, Government College of Architecture and Sculpture, Mahabalipuram, and he did his PhD, BSc in Temple Architecture, and in first class in distinction, MA in Ancient History and Archaeology, MPhil in Temple Architecture and Sculptures, and then PhD in Temple Vimanas, Art and Architecture and Engineering Technology study, and he has actually is teaching for more than 27 years in various the Institute of Architecture, the College of Architecture, and also he has made a lot of presentation and he has went abroad and also taken up many projects. And actually he has also got many awards. One of the awards he has recently received on State Academy Award for Traditional Artist in 1995. And he has visited many countries. Japan, for example, he has made a big project in Japan, and also he has involved one project in Sri Lanka, which recently at the temple, which ASA in collaboration with that we have taken up. And I request Dr. Rajendran to come over and make his presentation.
லேப்டாப் வந்து பெஸ்ட்டாக இருக்குன்னு பார்க்குறேன். சரி, ஓகேவா? Respected distinguished scholars on the dais, the scholars from various field, I'll convey my sincere thanks to everybody. அறிஞர் பெருமக்கள் அனைவருக்கும் சிரம் தாழ்த்தி கரம் கூப்பி என்னுடைய வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். Traveling in two subjects or one subject with two members is very horrible. Already is discussed about the iconometry and also touched from Tanjavur to Sar also introduced to Southeast Asian countries. These are my thoughts to discuss in front of you. I'll discuss my people. Anyway, we'll run because we are in the vehicle now. I have to drive everything also. It is possible to discuss our view. My topic is iconometry of Vishnu images. There is no separate iconography for Vishnu, but iconography for all gods and goddesses. Even I already told, Vimana is itself also a sculpture. It's called Pradima Lakshanam, Prasada Lakshanam. The two words are there. And also, we go to any basic fundamental ideas, you have to put only our tala. And also I have given everything. One Mugatala is there. And also front and side also I can show it to you. Then everybody, even ant to elephant and human being, it's one tala by hand, 1/8. It's really activated by 1/4 added for 4 times. It's come up for 9. You already told, Pada also you touched also, Sagala Pada and Nishkala Pada. Sagala Pada is for Vishnus and Nishkala Pada for Shiva. But there is only the Garbha is there in the square. That's why 9/9 or 7/7 or 8/8 is a calculation is used for everybody also. You go next slide. Script வரலையா? ஸ்கிரிப்ட் இல்லையா முன்னாடி? ஸ்கிரிப்ட் வரலைங்களா? இந்த ஸ்கிரிப்ட் வருதா? ஓ அதனாலயா? ஃபாண்டோட சேர்த்து நாங்கள் பண்ணல. ஓகே ஓகே இது பாருங்கள் எல்லாம் is சார் உத்தம பஞ்சதாலம் I am giving. Normally he already discussed about the அணுவாய்ப்படம் 8 பரமாணு கொண்டது ஒரு தேர்த்துகோள் 8 தேர்த்துகோள் கொண்ட ஒரு மைனுனி 8 மைனுனி கொண்டது ஈர் 8 ஈர் கொண்டது ஒரு பேன். No, is starting from that paddy field length also, and automatically 24 divisions also we are telling that's called mula. 24 is the Kishkumuram, Prajapatya, Dhanurmushti, Dhanurgraka. It comes to up to 32 Prakirna and Utkirna also. But in Chidambaram temple, there is one in Eastern Gobra. You can see there is one statue is there. Behind the statue, they carved on a scale. It's called Chidambaram Mura. This is called 24 Mura divided by 1/38. It comes under the 2.3 inches. This is 33 inches. This is a measurement which was used by the sculptors nowadays also, the ancestors. We are not creating anything new nowadays also. It already exists our text. We are following the same tradition still. Next will go next. I have given a lot of Ganesha poses also here. Even thanks to Dr. T.A.G. Gopinath Rao and also some scholars at AKC. They have written a lot of materials related to our philosophical concept and architectural events, sculptural events also, and also our V.G.Y. Kanapastapati, my guru also. But he has given one book on Sirpachannul. These are all the books also very useful to study of iconometry and iconography. Particularly without iconometry, the iconography will not come out well. That's next you can go. But I given a lot of examples compared with all the scholars given what are the various scales used in the sculptures making. That's also I shown here. Next you can go. Next. Here you can see there is one Uttama Dastala, Madhyama Dastala, Adama Dastala is there. 124 and 120 and 1/16. It's come up for 444. Well, demolitions there. Even each and every part. For example, Ensan Udambukku Sirase Pradhanam சொல்ற மாதிரி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா the temple is an activity woman compared with our human body. There's also center of fact in southern part of Tamil Nadu, northern part of Tamil Nadu also. You can give starting from Adhisthana, Pada, Prastara, Kanda, Sikara, Stubi. There are 6 segments are there divided by 8 parts. In North Indian temple, you can get the Pishta Bhaga, Pa Bhaga, Janka, Baranda, Manjari, and Beki, Amalaga, Kapuri, and Kalasa. Even South Indian temples, you can get any, the flag is not available, even the weapons is not available also. But at the time of Kumbhabhisheka, you can see, suppose the temple is having its humanity or not, it's having the soul is not, it comes under the category of the stupi only. So I already told, I got one chance to go up stair of the great temple of Tanjavur, but the temple stupi is 12 feet inches. 12 the Tamil eduthu is called Uyir eduthu, they are telling no. The temple is a living body or not, we are decided with the stupi. Suppose you are going on side also, the stupi is not there above the finial, above the sikara, the temple is not considered the worship. You can decide. The same also what Rajaraja has thought, no? I had to construct a big temple, not constructing before that, even the material wise and also measurement wise, and also architectural wise also. Everything has introduced, but he has copied from the architectural basic of Kailasanath temple of Kanchipuram. But even though he has to, up to, according to Shastra, we are telling 36 Mura is highest level also, Uttama, Madhyama and Adama also. And Uttama measurement, he has to do 36 Mura for his Kalparavai, and also 216 feet height. In Southeast Asia, there is the biggest Vimana is there. Nobody has constructed ever. They won't be constructed, even coming past also. Then also the stupi also is constructed on 12 feet, everything on par with the 12 letters of the Tamil. It's called Uyireduthu we are telling. Next you can go. See how I can show in the Vishnu and Brahma and also other the Bangamanas also in and Samavadasthana, how the statue is there, and Bangamanas, how the statue is there. What is the measurement began one between the another. Also I shown here. Second next ponga. Next. Tambi next. See here. See the front portion of the height and also side and front, the Uttama Dasatala, how the statues are began without the measurements also. What we are telling, you know, Purva Sutra, Abhara Sutra, the Madhya Sutra also, Lambamana is there. Everything also followed our own tradition. Next. See here also, comparative study of Uttama Dasatala, Madhyama Dasatala, how the statue is shown here. Next. And part also. Here even suppose a big lady is there, no, this part of this eye is very similar to the women and female to male to female also. That's measurement also shown here. Next ponga. Is a Lingamana. They already told Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva, the concept of 3 is there. Out of the measurement, even 1, 2, 3. How 1/4 is Lingamana is there, second projection is there, and Avadaya is concept, everything is shown. See, now we are coming to the subject. But what no? Whenever I am going to visit any monuments, whenever I am bringing my students to visit the monuments also, what we'll tell no? We compare with on existing measurements, we already mentioned the text. The same also I compared, but I am living in Mamallapuram. I traveled all the sculptures in Pallavas also. Pallava is created a universal material. They are only pioneer to introduce the stone media for making of statues and temples also. But they are only correct. The Uttama Jadi measurements also available in the Pallava monuments. So we applied for the existing materials to Uttama materials also. That's also here seen. He didn't follow the iconometry. Pakka, even the statue is good, his government museum is there in sculpture, but that is the another sculpture is there, no, that side. அப்போ விசிபிளாக காமிங்க கொஞ்சம் தெரியல எனக்கு தெரியல இது அதுவா okay see that Somaskanda panel Shiva is seated and also Parvati is seated central you can get that Skanda Muruga they are used Uttama Dastala and Madhyama Dastala and also Sabdatala is used for the small gain. Even see the comparative sculpture here is giving a very beautiful approach and beautiful showing us also shown in the Pallava sculpture also. Next you can go. As here is also, that's a Vishnu, another one is Sankara Narayana is a Vishnu, the Trimurti cave is a Vishnu is there, no, Vishnu is the 124, Uttama Dasatala is there. How the Uttama Dasatala is compared with existing sculpture, I counted everything also. When I was doing my research, there is one Padabandha Adhisthana is comes under the basic fundamental for Adhisthana, but in the Adhisthana I compare with the Mamallapuram Fairotas, then there is 23 divisions and 25 divisions is there. Whether the 25 divisions comes under the category is equal, but I compared it's very close to what they mentioned the text. I don't know whether the text is already exist or not, but even the temple is exist. It goes back to 5th century to 7th century AD. The material is same. Still, we are following the traditions of architecture. We are following the same tradition. That's not deviate with another rules and regulations also. That's also proved here. Next you can go. This is a reclining Vishnu through Mahishamardhani Kodaivarai. Even here also I checked that whether they followed the rules or not. That same also they followed here itself. Second, here you see Udagalanda Perumal, no, there's a main. This also comes under the one leg direct Samabhadakastanaka. How they used. Even this also comes under the 124 of Uttama Dasatala measurements. He followed. But what we are telling the students, no, but they already created measurements, but we are following strictly rules and regulations, not deviating it. Then compare with other existing sculpture, then you can give the rules. Then the Pakka evidence is there. Next. See, there is one Garbhaguri is there. Front the Garbhaguri there is one Mandapa is there. Mandapa pillar on par with wall they carved here. This also still we are following the same, not deviating anything also. Next. Why I shown here, no? The temple sculpture or the temple is the same measurement you are following. You have to make a sculpture on par with the temple. You have to follow the temple Prasada Lakshana measurements or otherwise the deity measurement also. And also how in Garbhagudi the lot of sculptures also installed here. Suppose in excavation any antiquities are finding there, you are following the same divisions. What sculpture is put in that Garbhagraha, you can find it. But that's what also I shown here. Next. Now we are coming to subject. Normally, my senior Dakshinamurthy already discussed the philosophical things, everything also. But in South India, if a temple is constructed or statue is created. You are Manangala, Matrangala, and Dehangala you are doing, and also Ayadi Ganida separate chapter is there. So if suppose the Pujas, Atmartha Puja, Parartha Puja, Kamya Puja, 3 divisions are there. In Atmartha Puja, if you want to make any statue, you have to take the central right hand, this finger circumference, then you have to deviate the measurements. And also in Ayadi Ganida, there is one, the Sodas Ayadi is there, Dasayadi, Shadayadi. From that also we are taking some measurements, everything also. Ma'am, in the idal try பண்ணி பாருங்க, ஸ்கிரிப்ட் கொண்டு வரோம். இதெல்லாம் பாருங்க, ஸ்கிரிப்ட் பாருங்க. But I brought a lot of script also, but that's why I explained, but we are having only picture has come. And also, suppose you are going to visit any temple also, the temple is a Moola Pada, that's just a main corner pillar. The corner pillar with only development of Kalparavai and also without the temple and without the temple. But in Vaikunthapurmal temple, there is one small temple as carved. This is a basic scale of the total structure. See, the Iconometry of Vishnu images, I want to go to read everything also briefly. மேம் இதில் வந்துருக்குங்களா வராதா? ஸ்டோட் கம் அப் ஆள் மட்டும் தான் வரும். ஓகே ஓகே. Oh. ஸ்கிரிப்டில் என்ன வருதுன்னு பார்க்குறது, டெவலப் பண்ணலாமா? ஓகே, வரல விட்டுருங்க, அப்படியே பேசிடலாம். அதை விட்டுருங்க, ஆன்மீகில் கொடுங்க, பேசுகிறேன். தெரியுமா? ஹலோ, sorry. Anyway, I told earlier itself also to you, it's a traveling one vehicle with the 2 driver is not good. Anyway, but in material wise, I tell Suddham, Mishram, Samkirnam, there are 3 categories are there. A temple or a statue is created in a same material is called Suddha, and doing of 2 materials called Mishra, and more than 3 materials is Samkirnam. The same measurement also you are using, like Nagara and Dravida and Vaishara, for not the stylistic features. Even the measurement also you can utilize in every time also. The principles of Vishnu temple is generally represented in 1-3 attitudes. That's called standing, sitting, and reclining. In Vastu text is mentioned the Stanaga Murti, Asana Murti, and Sayana Murti. The images, each of the 3 attitudes classified further to the Yoga, Bhoga, and Veera, Abhicharika varieties. I already told there is one worship of Puja festivals, Swartha Puja, Atmartha Puja, and Kamya Puja. For Kamya Puja, there is the statues they create for this type of Abhicharika Murti. So Abhicharika Murti is measurements, how can they follow, to win anything else, to achieve anything else, they can worship that statue. In Mamallapuram, the Shishwar temple, there is a reclining Vishnu, no? That's also Abhicharika Murti. Even the Rajaraja Chola, whenever you are going to fight for everybody also, the Nisambudhusudan sculpture is Abhicharika one. But the Abhicharika materials, they copied from the, those who are making that also, they is horoscope, its birth star, and also places, everything they use. Then in Ayadikanida, I told, no, for Parartha Puja, we are using the star of the gods, and also one who has constructed the temple is called Karta, and also the name of the place. we are taking from that scale measurements is already mentioned in the text. That's also we are using the same rule. In Talamana, I already told now, Talamana, the system is applicable for performing art of music, dance. For example, we are telling Karnakuru, Salai, Panjara, Mukasalai, everything is there. That's also then segments 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Center of come up also, Karnakuru area 1, and also Mukasalai comes 3 pages also. In Talamana system is no sense of perspective system. In fact, it is a descriptive system, a calculus of aesthetical and layer material beauty, allowing individual artists to freely explore the beauty of forms with all its possible variations. These canons were never endurance to artistic creativity. For example, even in our subject curriculum also, apart from sculpture and architecture, we are having music, dance, everything also. In according to Vishnu Dharmottara, there is a main 5 on architecture, sculpture, painting, music and dance. Everything also equally connected with the Talamanas. The same Talamana also we are using here also now. Then the temple and sculpture is both having, for example, Ubabidam, Charanagaram, Adhishtanam, Janamandalam, Padavargam, Karagaram, Tatkandam, Kalabatiktam, Sigaram, Mugamavecha, Vishnu Sandam, Maganasam, Tamtranam, Sutranasanche. Okay. Even our padam is itself also an adhisthana, our leg is pada, and also our neck is kanta, and sikara and stubi. This same segment also used in throughout Indian contemporary, Indian iconographic system also. Even the foundation technology, for example, they are telling, to construct any temple also, we are selecting the site. In that site also telling Jalandam, Shilandam, Pursanjali Mataramevacha, Valugadam. There are 4 categories are there. This also comes under the iconometry of Prasada Lakshana. How to select the foundation? The foundation sense also, the great temple of Shishwat temple Mamalapuram, if the temple is constructed above a Pakka rock bed, it's called Silandam. Otherwise, we are excavating a pit for constructed temple also, the foundation, you will get water in 4 sets, it's called Jalanda. And also Valganda sand, you can get sand also, this is called Valganda. You can start from that level also. The same type of measurement also it lies in the olden period. Now, our Sipachanul speaks a lot of materials. Next, ma'am, next. Hello. Next வருதுங்களா? வரலையா? அடுத்து yes. Here also you can see there is one viral Vaipad is there, and also Anu Vaipad is there, and there come to the Mura Vaipad. There is a 3 basic fundamental rules are we are following. So it's Anu Vaipad, 8 Paramana Kunda Tirthukal, there is also the viral Vaipad. Viral Vaipad here clean, 7 viral, 8 viral, and 24 hours up to also. Then next, you can go next. And also the Mula Vaipad is there. And also, but when I was doing my research, I found on the scale also, even for scale counting for sculpture, scale measuring for temple architecture, scale measuring for lands. There is one 8 Mula we find out in Kailasanagar temple in Uttaramerur. There is one 2 circles are there. One line is goes on the Patiya. Then they could put it in diamond shape also, like pendulum like that also. Then finally there is a circle. We count it also, it come up from the 8 Mula. Conversion into the anglas come out 11 feet to 11 feet, 22 feet length. What they told them, for land measurement, olden period, they copied from here itself only. For example, temple is embodiment of universe. The temple itself is a focal point, a village or any settlement also. From anything else you can copy it from there, you can put it in the temple only. Temple is acted as in various many ways also. For example, the society administrative section also, and also the judgment center, Needi Mandrangal, and also learning centers also. hospitals, everything also temple is there. Temple is associated with a village. Suppose a village is developing, depend upon the temple only. For example, nowadays also you can take, there is a male Maruvatur. When you are a student, it's a small village, tiny village, you can't be able to go anywhere also. Now we can get that because of the temple, it's can develop everywhere also. Even worshippers coming, but scientifically it's developed. But the people, those who are living in that area also, they are utilizing the temple. So the temple is above the activities. Even statues also like that also. Well, we are constructing a temple, before you install a statue, maybe it may be any materials. For example, how the artists are conceiving them measurements. For example, you are making a bronze statue, they are making a statue in wax model, then only they converted the bronze. There they are using the simple method, like in the coconut tree leaf, they are dividing it into 8 part and 9 part also. Myself also, whenever I am going to visit any monuments also, I will bring that sticks of the broomsticks also, that normally people didn't allow to take any sketches, everything also. That's why I take the measurement, then I will come up also, I will compare with the existing sculpture with on form what the text says. Everything is proved. And also, I ask the archaeologist also, whenever our students also coming to visit any monument area, under your control also, better you allow them also to take sketches and do drawings also. They will help to you, whether they protect the monument or unprotected monument, you get ready to help. And thanks to Dr. Mageshwari also, Rajani, but we are come to the one umbrella, because nobody has contact with also. Nowadays, after COVID also, we are contacting with the online lecture also. We can't be able to meet anybody. There is a good chance to meet anybody also. That's also we can get it good chances. Discussions. Next you can go. Sir, there come to then I will come to the subject now also this. In iconography, we are telling asalam, chalam, chalachalam. There are 3 words are there. You are making a sculpture to movable, one place to another place, and not movable. Sir, if you want anything movable, for example, temple also is there, and statue is there. Again, behind the temple, you can get it. Again, the temple car is there. So suppose you can't be able to go to the temple with affected by any disease, or you can't allow to go to the temple, you can worship the god, the temple car will be subject to us. It's called moving vimana. This called. This same measurements were followed from the existing temple. What is ancient is still no. E is equal to MC square. That is related to theory. That same accordance also we are doing in the temple architecture. For example, the temple related to other structure, maybe Ardha Mandapa, Mukha Mandapa, Prahara Mandapangal, and also Gopura and tank, everything related to the main measurements of the temple Garbhagriha width. That's also width we are calculating from the Ayadi Ganida of the temple deity under the name of the place and the locations. From that measurement we are taking, including temple car also we are taking the same measurements. And also other there also the Chitram, Ardha Chitram and Chitra Bosam, 3 categories are there. The statue is the paintings, and also the projected relief sculpture and round sculpture. What already discussed about Sridhar has also told, Stabadi, Sutragragi, Vartagi and Dakshaka. Stabadi is a chief architect, he knows everything also, all religions, activities, philosophical things also. And Sutragragi is in the master, is making drawing in his room itself also. Vartagi is what the drawing is prepared in the office, he can work in the site. Maybe Vartagi is another name also, a painter he can sell Vartagi according to text also. Dakshaka is a carver, he can make more than in a project site. Chief Stabadi may be 1 and Vartagi is the 2 and Dakshaka maybe thousands people are there, depend upon the project. Everybody also knows all the rules and regulations from that previous one. They don't go any deviate of their rules. They follow the same traditional things also. He is educated, but he is not work in the carver. And also the materials. For example, if a sculptor is making a statue in a stone, but he can carve, he can make the drawing, and also he can put it the drawing in above the structure, and he can start the work. And also wood carver, he can prepare your own drawing, he can put it above the wood bed, then he can continue. Then stucco maker, he can put it on a single rod, then he can put like a brick beds, then like our body, like also they are making. Like our body, the bone is main port also, they can make one bone also. Bone like the maybe iron rod, the putting a brick bed, they can use the binding rods also for carving this. Then making like messels, they use the brick bats with cement mortar, then applying the tube like your skin, their stucco paste also, then they put the ornament. So everybody also goes variety rules, but final result comes under the good. Okay, thank you to all.
Welcome. Thank you to Dr. Rajendran. He has given. It's not working? Okay.
சின்ன டவுட் தான். ஒன்று சின்னதான் ஒன்றும் இல்லை. நீங்கள் இந்த ஸ்தபதி வர்த்தகி தக்ஷகன் அந்த இது சொன்னீங்க ஹைரார்கி சார் கூட சொன்னார் பாருங்க. அதில் ஐ ஹேவ் எ டவுட் என்னென்னா தக்ஷகன்னா ஹீஸ் த லோவர் கேட்டகரி இந்த ஹைரார்கி இல்லையா அப்படிங்கிறத நம்ம நினச்சிட்டு இருக்கோம். அப்படி தான் மானசாரம் சொல்லுது. அப்படி தானே ஸ்தபதி வர்த்தகி சூத்ரகிராகி தக்ஷகன் சொல்கிறோம்ல. எனக்கு என்னென்னா
No, I am not going in that way. Stabadi, Sutragragi, Vartaki and Daksha, 4 categories are there. He is a master builder and also he is a creator, he is a carver. He is not a linear one also. But he has to study text, everything also. What the director is giving, chief architect is giving, that's rules he can make the structures.
But correct, நீங்கள் சொல்கிறீங்க. But in the inscription of Uttaramerur, this chief architect is called Takshakan, Parameshwara Takshakan. No, Takshakan வருது. Parameshwara Takshakan சொல்லும்போது.
Sir, I have to.
No, right thing is, I'm not telling anything. Only thing is, in the Shastras itself, I think they must have written something wrong. Why? Because in the duration of the time, there are some changes happened. நினைக்கிறேன். ஏன்னா இந்த இன்ஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் அப்படி தக்ஷகன் சொல்லுது. உத்தரமேரு இன்ஸ்கிரிப்ஷன்லேயே உங்களுக்கு கிராமம் ஆகம படி தான் செஞ்சேன்னு சொல்லுது. ஆனால் அதுக்கு முன்னாடி வாஸ்துசாஸ்திரம் இல்லைன்னு சொல்லுது. ஆனால் வாஸ்துசாஸ்திரம் படி தான் கோவில் கட்டிருக்குன்னு சொல்லுது. இதெல்லாம் நிறைய கான்ட்ரடிக்ஷன் இருக்குது. அது மாதிரி ஐ ஃபீல் திஸ் இஸ் ஆல்சோ a contradictory information available in the Vastu Shastram saying Takshakan is not they are not under the control of Director General, that they must have Director General. ஏன்னா because of them only Parameshwara Takshaka who did Uttarameru temple. அது ஒரு சின்ன சந்தேகம். அதனால தான். ஓகே.
இல்லை சார் சொல்வது நல்லது தான். ஆக்சுவலாக ஸ்தபதி in the inscription record comes under the 18th century only, after the Marathas. Before that, you will get any inscription records related to Stabadi in the name found in inscriptions. All the inscriptions mentioned only the Perundachan. The Perundachan is equal to Stabadi. All the Tamil text, Tamil inscriptions, everything is mentions, even Parameshwara Perundachan, Kunjaramala Rajaraja Perundachan, and also lot of Payam Raipan, Ravi Perundachan, everything also found in the Perundachan. That's also meaning at all. Yes, sir, please, sir.
Sir, an excellent presentation, lot of new learnings.
Sir, one way I'll tell you, I am not satisfied because I came another one way. Because
I have seen your earlier presentations, but due to some technical issues, we couldn't cover it. My name is Shivashankar Baba. I am from Tamil Heritage Trust. Basically, we are talking about various levels of Sthapatis, roles and other things. I just want to share an interesting point in this.
Yes, sir.
Similar to what we have constructed in Tanjavur, when you look at Konark, there is an interesting aspect where there is a detailed documentation available by name Bayasakada, which is a manuscript in Oriya, which documents about the 12 years of construction in far more detail. There, they have detailed about the Chutragrahi and all the hierarchies of the Sthapatis, where they have done. And Dr. Sadasivarath has done a detailed documentation on all these Sapati hierarchy, how they did it, how they did the drawing, and what kind of benefits and the remunerations and other things they have done. If they say that it is one of the projects that was done in time, on a proper time and completed in 12 years. So it's an interesting documentation and it will give a lot of insight on how we have built in Tanjavur. Unfortunately, in Tanjavur, we have inscriptions only on what are the donations, but not how the temple was built. Here it is an unique instruction on that.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir has given valuable message to us also. But normally, for example, if you are interested, if you are constructing a house also, you can utilize our architect, everything also. After concretion of function, you don't bother about that architect. Nobody will tell. The same mills also happened in the early period also. Everybody didn't put their name. Even Stapatis also, workers also. Sometimes you can get some cross references. Even Parameshwara Perandachan mentioned the Uttaramberur Kalvettu also, we are getting the Uttaramberur inscription. Even Kunjaramallan Rajaraja Perandachan found in the Tanjavur inscription also. In Mamallapuram, there is one Punjeri place, we will get more than 7 names of Stapatis. It's called Perandachan. Now we are calling Stapatis. Olden period is mentioned the Perandachan also. So, Binniya Marabin, Kana Marabinar. There are a lot of examples are there. Even how to construct a stage to perform a dance. For example, in Silapadigaram, 8 கோல் நீளத்து 7 கோல் அகலத்து 1 கோல் உயரத்து பொறுமுகை ஏணி ஒருமுகை ஏணி சொல்றாங்க. For example, you have to stand in the stage, you can perform the dance, the roof of the stage will not touch the head. That's why they are giving the 4 கோல். It's called 11 feet height also they are telling. Suppose somebody is telling, no, so மேடை சரியில்லை, I can't able to perform. But he has given pakka rules, relation, everything also.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, that presentation, I had done one presentation on the Konark temple building also.
Okay, sir.
I will share it with you.
Okay, please give it. Even our modeler, Kanniappan, is our former student also. But everybody still think, in Mamallapuram college students, every time they are going to visit the monuments, give the chance to do drawing with scale. But every time also I'm getting try to get the permission also, what they are telling, in Delhi, more than 8 directors are there. You have to send the letter to the main director or antiquity director, everything they are telling. But when they are going to visit the monuments, particularly, even myself also 10 years before, I brought the students to visit Hampi area also. They told me, they didn't put the Hampi name here itself. But one of my friend is working there, Pakka, then I can utilize everything also. But it's not happened every time also, no. Unknowingly, people are moving here and there also. They are getting some permission from the ASA department, automatically they can easily win. Even in Southern Circle, thanks to our Kalimuthun, but he is allowing me to take everything sketches for my students also. Whenever I am going there, I will ask him, sir, our students are coming to visit there. Why I am telling, no, the already text we are teaching in the classrooms also. Whether we are teaching the true materials or false material. Suppose they are to touch the monuments, each and every sculptor to touch the monuments. One of my guide, he has educated me. Then there is a Kailasnath temple, is protected the village, protected the city from the king of Chalukya. While destroying coming here, they came, visited the temple architecture. Then he has constructed 2 temples at Pattadakal. Virupaksha temple at Pattadakal on par with Kailasnath temple. So, like 14th century, how the Italic revolution has Renaissance occurred, the same Renaissance occurred here also. This is a protector, we are monumental. Yes. So, art objects itself is a protector of the universal materials, is approved by the Kailasnath temple in Tamil Nadu. So, thanks to all.
Thank you, sir. In fact, we should thank Kalamuthu sir for very good cooperation given to all the NGOs and the heritage groups. And under his team, he has given very good guidance and support to all the heritage teams. On behalf of heritage groups, I thank Kalimuthu sir and his team for that.
Thank you very much to Dr. Rajendran, who has given a wonderful presentation, because we are not elaborating further due to lack of time. And we will switch over to the other scholar, Dr. V. Jairaj sir. I think you are all very well know about Dr. Jairaj. Actually, I also studied under him when I was a student of Madras University, and he has took classes for the chemical conservation of the antiquities. So he is my guru one way. So just a brief introduction to Dr. Jairaj. He was worked for a long period as a curator and also various capacities in the Madras Museum and also the various museums in the government of Tamil Nadu. And also he is responsible for many international national organizations. And he has worked a lot of projects and also written a lot of books on mainly on the meteorological analysis and then antiquities, museum organization, all the things. And presently he is the director of HEPSIBA, Institute of Heritage Conservation. That is one of the very prime organization which he is running with his own financial input. He is doing that, and actually it shows how much he has attached with the heritage and conservation. This is of shows because he is putting his own resource to doing this institution, and he is very renowned because I don't want to tell because it's a very long biodata. If I talk this thing, it will take another 1 hour. So, so I don't want to give because it is a well-known scholar because I don't want to tell any introduction to him. So I now request Dr. Jairaj sir to come over dais and take his presentation.
Thank you very much for the organizers and the chairperson of this session for giving me an opportunity to talk at the end of the forenoon session. Always I thank God for giving short time, because then only I will be able to focus my attention in the very short time. I have given a small paper. One side I have written conservation, other side it will be empty. You put other side restoration, and you write within a minute what is conservation, what is restoration. I want to know your standard so that I can talk accordingly. I don't want to give you a theoretical thing. This is a workshop. So really you should work, and we'll be discussing here. It's a workshop. Please do write. Each one 1 minute, 2 minutes is complete. One is conservation, one side, another side you write restoration. And you can pass it on immediately so that I can go through it and I will understand what you have written. Otherwise it will take again a lot of time. We have kept the workshop on this type, so I have to. I'm a teacher. I'm a teacher, always I want to be a teacher, to teach certain things. Have you finished? The best student? Please. Thank you, thank you. Yes, yes. Whatever you write, you cannot, you are not going to get any mark for that. This is to give an assurance that you do not know or you know. Yes, please. Yes, yes, yes. He himself is a chemist. Okay, please give. This is to make you to run on the groove. So far we are doing so many things. Now I am taking you to the field of conservation and preservation. That is the reason I am giving you some time to think. You are not going to write anything further. Yes? Thank you. Give. If anything is there, please collect and give to me. Okay. Right. The topic given to me is preservation of antiquities. You know antiquity, even you know conservation, preservation, but you do not know the basic things. I am going to teach you only the basic thing, because half an hour is not a real time. Okay, please give. And there are two terms. One is conservation, another is restoration, another is preservation. You will confuse. I want to make the statement as crystal clear as possible. Preservation, it is an umbrella term. It's a common term. There is no specific role for that. Conservation, we go to the doctor to kill the doctor or kill ourselves. Where do you go to your doctor? To kill the doctor. I boldly will say that sometimes conservators are killing the patient. I agree, because I'm a conservator, I agree. Unless you know what is your role in preserving the antiquities, you will be nowhere. Recently I was in Calicut, 35 participants were there. When I asked, what is your role, they were not able to explain their role. Do you know your role? What is the role? A curator or archaeologist or epigraphist, whatever may be the position. And there are some private organization people are here, cultural heritage. What is culture? What is heritage? How to preserve, how to conserve, how to restore. See, this is, we go to a doctor to increase our life. We want to live more. Otherwise, we will not go to the doctor. We want to live more. So, conservation is to make the object to live more. You can say, Ji Boom Pa, Dr. Rajendran, please go away. I can say. If he obeys me, he will go. Otherwise, he will not go. So, if you know how to make him to go away from this place, then you are the right person to conserve. You should be able to know things. Okay? And what is the conservation? There are two terms. One is preventive, another is interventive or curative. These two terms are very, very important. But you are all not conservators or chemists. Most of them are archaeologists. Am I correct? Or historians. But now you should know to prevent the deterioration. That you should know. You should know the environment. A monument, what is the environment? Do you see the object, the depth of the object, the foundation, the soil, the water level? Are you able to see that? This is the environment. The force of air, the force of wind, the force of sand particles which are falling on the object or the monument, we are not measuring. We do not have the records of that. Am I correct? We go and inspect, come, that's all. No specific projects have been taken in this regard. That is why we are not able to judge how it was, how it is today, how it will be tomorrow. For that, the conservation principles are very, very, very important. So you are increasing the life of object by two methods. One is direct method, another is indirect method. When you use a chemical, you do not know what is the chemical is, whether it is acid or alkali or a solvent. So without the knowledge of that, you cannot attempt. Somebody should be there to guide you. Preventive conservation, anybody can do. Anybody can do preventive conservation. If you go to Mamalapuram, there are so many trees are being grown. What for? For beautifying the place? No. Beautification is also one of the ideas. The horticulture department is growing shrubs. What for? Beauty. Yes, of course, but that is secondary. Primary is the wind which comes through the turf will not carry any sand particle. Otherwise, the sand blasting will be always there and we will lose our antiquity. To stop that, we are growing trees. I saw one particular building which is called as Chinese Tower. That is Chinese Tower. There is a big shopping mall all around covering the whole tower. So the tower is not lost. It's preventive conservation. People come and they visit. They cannot touch the building. I say, please preserve the workshop. That's why I'm giving some idea. Please preserve. Normally I used to give money, but I got to take no time. Please preserve. What are you doing? You're eating. I asked you to preserve. See, we are learning of preservation, but we are not doing the preservation. That is why it is not a workshop, it is a seminar. Seminar is for those people who know it to study more and more. But workshop is a beginner. Am I correct? A workshop is giving a technique known to the people who attend. But you are not preserving. If it is given to me, I will put. That is why I used to give money so that they will put. I have preserved. Nobody can pick it off. Water will not touch. Dust will not touch. Preserve. It is indirect. You are not giving any moisture or coffee or tea or anything. It is being kept in a place so that no further deterioration. This is called preservation. You have to preserve. But preventive conservation is you are preventing the object or antiquity from the environment. What is an environment? What is a good environment for a bronze object? One day I went to the storage of the museum, government museums, bronze icons. I was not having, nowadays the mobile is there, we can take immediately photograph. We have to call the photographer, he would have gone to tea, so you have to wait for him. I was there standing so that nobody can touch the object. The photographer came, you take a photograph. The curator was very, very perplexed because he never allowed anybody to go to the storage. I took a photograph, it was weeping. It was crying. What does it mean? Drops and drops of copper chloride was overlaying the object. That means the humidity is very high. Very high humidity. What is humidity? You don't know. How many of you know humidity? Please raise your hands, let me see. Very few, very few. You do not know what is humidity. Humidity results in condensation. That was the condensation. What is condensation? When you travel by car, it is raining outside, you sit inside and you write your name on the window pane. You are able to write your name and you enjoy. Everybody would have done that. That is called condensation. Water present in the atmosphere got condensed because of the humidity. When high humidity, 100% is the moisture level, it condenses. So condensation affects your object, your monument, your paper, document, whatever it may be. It affects. So you have to control moisture. Normally, you are from which institution? Yes, but I mean museum. Okay. You know museum and storage. Difference is there. Storage is for storing the object. Gallery is for display for the public. How many times you visit the museum galleries? at least once a day. Storage? You are boldly saying no because you don't have a gallery. And that is why you are telling us. And storage you never visit, and it is a dumping place. I am boldly saying, it's a dumping place. You dump things, and when you recover, you do not know where it is at all. No documentation. I am shouting because I know the fever because of the moisture. When the moisture is there, your bronze gets damaged. You call it as bronze disease or cancer, or it is malignant patina, idle patina, but whatever it may be, you have to clean. Unless you know, you cannot clean. But it is better always not to allow the object to deteriorate. Another one is curative conservation. That is direct action. Direct action you have taken to clean out the unwanted materials and increase the life. Only you can use physical means, rubbing, or by sandblasting, plasma blasting, water jetting. So many methods are there you can clean. But you must have a training. For that only the workshop. The workshop means you have to actually do. Only half an hour I did not bring any material because no time. Okay? Right. Then what is restoration? What is restoration? If a temple Vimana, one side is broken, fallen down, what will you do, sir? You will not restore it. Yes, you will do the restoration. You will make use of similar materials, you will make use of similar methodology or material which will not affect your existing temple. But it should be similar to that. If you go to Central Railway Station, one portion is old, one portion is new. How many of you know? I do not know. But you are not able to distinguish between the old and new. Okay? So when there is a damage to an object, you have to do the restoration. What is restoration?
will make use of similar
Yes, nothing is available.
or material which will not
What is
affect
restoration?
your existing temple.
Bringing back the original status by color, by appearance, shape, strength to the nearest originality. That's all. Okay? Right, you have done all these things. Now the objects, when Sri Raman was telling that the objects are duplicated. Many people used to come to me and, sir, analyze this coin and tell us the result. What for? You are going to duplicate? I will not do. I have authenticated many objects. Authentication is important. This was done with the Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research, where here the representative is here. You have to authenticate. Jayaraj means he is a white-haired man, right? He is wearing glasses with a robe. Okay? And that is the identification. You must have an authentication. So I brought this thing, but it was corrupted, so I could not sew. So I thought that I can talk, right? So what you have to do, any inscription is there? Color, original color. We went to Swami Malai to see the sculpture making. They were making artificial patination. I was for some time in the expert committee of Antiquities, and many people used to apply some ammonium chloride solution, and it will be green in color. Then I can easily test. When I clean with the water, it will come off. That means it is artificial. Okay. So for that you must know what is that. What is patina? What is idle patina? What is malignant patina? Malignant patina is copper chloride. What is brown patina? It is copper oxide. So you have to analyze. It will not come as you think. But if you pour acid, everything will go off. You are destroying. Okay? So authentication is very, 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 very important as far as the objects are concerned. When I was curator in Vellore Museum, I used to go after informing the collector and the tahsildar of the particular taluk that I am coming to that particular place, I am going to remove certain objects which are kept lonely. I used to go with the deputy collector's jeep or something like that. So when we go, they will salute me. Sir, you can put it there in the vehicle. They will I'll bring to the museum. I inform the collector that I have collected. So many problems also has come to me. But we were to manage. So collection, you have to follow the conservation principles. Storage, you have to follow the principles of storage. Then transportation, you have to follow the principles of transportation. Then for display, you have to follow the principles of conservation, because which material should be used. Once one person came to me and he said, sir, I have brought a preservative tablet. Then I said, you give me 2 pieces. I put in a desiccator, keeping water in a beaker, and also the tablet. When I came the next day, it was pink in color. The water was pink in color. That means what? Can anybody tell why it was pink in color? Pardon me? That gas from the tablet was absorbed with water, the water changed its color. So same thing will happen if the object is also there, the object will change its color. Clear? So when you do not know the characteristics of the materials or chemicals which you use, you are spoiling. That is why I am telling preservation, preventive conservation is the best solution for increase the life of the object. Now I wanted to have a discussion here like this. There are 7 points of preventive conservation. Please note down one by one. It is very good for your preservation. One is know your collection, know the antiquities. K-N-O-W. Don't put N-O. Know your antiquities. Wood, stone, bronze, brass, leather, paper. You know. When you know, you will ask, what is this? This is leather. Leather is coming from stone. The question should not come. Leather is leather. It is organic. It will be very easily damaged. 1. Number 2, know the enemies of the antiquities. Know the enemies. I am one of the enemies. You may be one of the enemies. Your higher-ups may be enemy. They are not bothered. You are today the DG of archaeology was very particularly saying the SAs and the staff should visit the museums and have workshops. Very good. I was very happy when she told. Okay, number 2. What is? Know the enemies. 3. Block the enemies. Sorry, avoid the enemies. Number 3, avoid the enemies. How will you avoid? Water is leaking from the top. What will you do? Keep the bronze or any object away from the leakage. This can be done by anybody. 4, block the enemies. Block, B-L-O-C-K, block. You can do. There is leakage, have a polythene sheet, cover the object. Finished. At the same time, you have to keep RH meter inside the storage. What for? The RH should be around 50 plus or minus 5. That means 45 to 55 RH. Every storage must have a RH meter. If there is more of moisture, keep silica gel, blue indicated silica gel, so that it will absorb moisture, it will become pink. Again take it, heat, and then put it there. It's the easy way. Okay? Block the enemies. 5. React immediately. If there is rain, close the windows. Window will never close because the windows are very badly damaged, you say. We have to make some arrangements so that there is no entry of moisture. Right? What I say? React immediately. 6. Intimate. Or you have to say, don't bring inside food materials, don't bring umbrellas, don't bring weapons, don't bring gun, don't bring your camera stands. You are giving instructions. So you have to prevent the damage to our antiquities. It is your and my duty. If you don't follow, we are destroying. I wish you all to preserve the antiquities for our future generation by the knowledge which you have. If you don't have knowledge, acquire knowledge, preserve. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you for the excellent presentation on various aspects of the heritage conservation. And Sir has given the definition about the conservation, preservation, and restoration. I think you are all aware of Nara Charter and Bura Charter. Anybody heard of that name? There is a charter by the UNESCO. Nara, there is a place in Japan, their world conference has been conducted, and they define what is the restoration method, particularly the authenticity and integrity. Actually, they talk about the Nara Charter and Bura Charter. It talks about what is authenticity, what is integrity. Actually, the restoration, what Sir was telling about that, it is again a very vague term. It is used in different countries in different way. In India, restoration means what it is there, it has to be preserved as it is. We don't add anything. But if you go to Japan, if you go to China, restoration means the whole thing restored. Even the Forbidden City, even the Himeji, Kyoto, Nara in Japan, even Korea, many structures I have seen, it has been totally restored. There, the restoration meaning is different. But they say there is a legal reason for that, because they are telling we are maintaining the integrity and authenticity, the material authenticity, work authenticity, architectural authenticity, usage authenticity. There are many such sort of authenticities they are telling. So they are maintaining, that's why their restoration has been legalized. So these are the things, very, very tricky thing, and we have a lot of things to elaborate on the thing, because already we are getting too much late. And really, it's very great lesson to us. I am also learning many things from our teacher, Dr. Jairaj sir, because almost 30, 40 years before, I was a student. When I was Madras University student, we took classes, under him about the chemical conservation. And really, it is a very good eye-opener and learning to the youngsters here. I am really thankful to all, and particularly Dr. Jairaj, and also all the speakers, all the 4 speakers. They have given very good information, and it is very, very informative to all our young scholars. Not only the young scholars, even the learned scholars here. I am really thankful to all the speakers, and also the audience, particularly the scholars who have raised question. And I am also thankful to them. Thank you. And thank you once again to the organizers who given me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was a wonderful session. We have, I think we have gained a lot of knowledge on conservation, iconometry and iconography and all. So thank you so much for this all. So now it's a lunch break. So lunch has been arranged in the arcade room, back side of this hall. You can go, you can access this way to this arcade room. So after this lunch, we will meet around 2:30 for the second session. Thank you.